Good evening. It's Tuesday, September 17th, 2024. It's 6:30 p.m. Calling to order the City of Franklin Common Council meeting. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Mayor Nelson.
Here.
Alderman Pecorelli.
Here.
Alderwoman Eichman.
In the restroom. She'll be joining us shortly.
Shortly. Alderman Hassan.
Here.
Alderwoman Day. Here. Alderman Barber.
Here.
Alderman Craig.
Here. Excellent. We got a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, moving on to item B, citizen comment period. I will read the City of Franklin meeting rules of decorum for attendees and participants. This will be strictly enforced and adhered by, please. For those attending City of Franklin meetings, respectful and orderly conduct is expected at all times. Number 2, disruptive or unruly behavior, including but not limited to clapping, verbal disruptions, signs, and outbursts will not be tolerated. For those wishing to speak during City of Franklin meetings, number 1, approach the microphone right there. When the chair opens the floor for citizen comments, state your name and address for the record. 3, address your comments to the Common Council Board, Commissioner and me only. Limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. I'll be the timekeeper. No endorsements or electioneering is allowed. Speakers shall refrain from, this is an important one, number 6 here, and this is all on that board and back there by Mr. Kerner. Number 6, speakers shall refrain from presenting unduly repetitious, offensive, threatening, slanderous, defamatory, or obscene remarks. Persons wishing to speak as a spokesperson on behalf of a neighborhood, subdivision, homeowners, condominium, or business association, or similar group with common interests shall demonstrate their qualifications to do so according to City of Franklin Resolution Number 2007-6227 before speaking on that body's behalf. Questions may be answered immediately by the chair or referred to city staff for a future reply in a timely manner. Those not adhering to these rules of decorum for attendees and participants will be asked to leave or be removed from the meeting if necessary. Hopefully we don't go down that pathway. So opening up citizen comment period at this time. And if you are wishing to speak, approach the podium. If you wish to speak after, please start forming the line, because once there's nobody there, we close citizen comment period. So if you wish to speak after this young lady, please fall in behind. Good evening and welcome.
Hello, again.
Is it working?
Hello. I need to go closer here.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Basically, I'm here addressing your reports and recommendations, G, number 3 and 4. That's my overall.
Could we do 2 things? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you start with your name and address?
Sorry.
But then, yeah, bring that real close to you so everybody can hear you then.
Linda Mathwig, 7321 Brun Drive. As I said, it's basically in regards to G, 3 and 4. I would like you to please picture this. If you're walking down the beach and you look out on the horizon, the sun is setting and the sky is breathtaking, which gives you a sense of peace and serenity. Would you agree that this would be what a homeowner strives for? From the Franklin website, I downloaded information from the Rock Ventures sound monitors. This information is from the Red, White, Brew and Brews Festival held on September 1st, 2024. It was confirmed at the sound check that the noise level could not exceed 55 decibels. During this short period of time that I printed out, every minute exceeded 55 decibels. If you can see it, the black line indicates 55 decibels, and the green graph above it is what the sound decibels were at, and this violates the terms of the issued license. This went on for the entire event. Throughout the whole summer, there have been numerous noise complaints from residents of Greendale and Franklin regarding events held in District 5 and 6. Many citizens have come forward and have spoken at Common Council meetings. And through sound monitor data, it's proved that the events held specifically at Rock Ventures exceed the decibel limits. Mayor Nelson, please tell me how many citations and/or fines have been issued to this business in 2024?
I know of 2,
Okay.
but I'd have to confer, I would actually kick that over to the chief of police to answer that because I know they are handling the noise complaints.
Okay.
So, and I don't, go ahead.
Now, the Common Council has proved the event, The Hills Has Eyes. Looking at their website, I was shocked to see that tickets for tours are being sold for after 10 p.m. And the last group, according to the license, that I also have a copy here, states that the last group can enter at 11:50 p.m. If the tour lasts approximately 1 hour, that means that it's going to go way past midnight. What happened to the Franklin noise ordinances, which states 50 decibels during the day and 45 decibels at night after 10 p.m.? Mayor Nelson, again, thinking of the serenity that homeowners try to achieve with the potential noise until 1 a.m., would you like an event like this in your backyard?
Well, I'm going to go back to your first point about the citations issued. Nobody's been found guilty of anything. They're going through the process. Okay, so the citation was issued, that's fine. There's still a process, and that process is being followed. Number 2, I believe this is the 13th year of Hills Has Eyes. Okay,
I understand.
13th year. This is a wonderful event, depending where you're at. Now, I think it's a great event. People love it. Over 30,000 people were here last year, okay? We got to keep some things in perspective. So I don't want to have this big back and forth with you, but I'll debate this at nauseam. Anytime you want to debate, this is a great event.
Okay.
And I know you're not happy with, you're trying to place me where I'm way on North Cape Road.
Yep.
And if I'm going to be here at this event, I'm just telling you, it's a great event, and this is going through the licensing process. It goes to council. I fully support it, as I have done every year as an alderman and now as the mayor.
Okay, the license specifically says 55 decibels, that it cannot exceed 55 decibels. I want to also ask you, do you take into consideration the health and well-being of residents surrounding the Rock Ventures area? Having noise go till 10, 11, 12, 1 o'clock is unreasonable.
Oh, you're looking for a debate?
I'm
Well, I
looking
won't
for an
debate you.
answer.
You can make your statements,
Do you,
and we
do
can
you
go
take
from
into
here.
consideration the health and well-being of residents?
Of course, we take in consideration, the common council does, I do.
Okay.
And I understand you're trying to make something here, but again, I'm going to go back to this, 13 years, it's a wonderful event. The event has been moved down to a lower area. This is a great event.
And it's been over 10 years that residents have been complaining about noise. As a constituent, it makes me wonder if you are working for the citizens that elected you to office, or if you're working for somebody else. To the council as a whole, please stop this travesty from continuing. It's destroying the sense of peace and serenity in this city. Thank you for your time.
Good evening and welcome.
Hi, my name is this on? Hello?
Yeah, bring it down a little bit.
My name is Nicole Mathwig. I live at 7321 Brun Drive. I'm here today because I feel that the Common Council is failing their constituents regarding the Rock Adventure events. So what I did is I'm actually going to present to you some examples of what our fellow neighbors are actually experiencing on a regular basis. So I went through the Franklin website and I compiled a small batch of sound clips from the event on September 1st, 2024. And there were some instances where the decibels hit over 90 dBs. However, I'm giving you all the benefit of the doubt, so I actually did the lower end of all the decibels when it was around 70 to 75 decibels. So the first sample I have was at 9:25 p.m. I don't know if you guys can hear this. That was at 72 decibels. and I can hear that from my backyard a mile away. Please explain to me how that makes sense. I have a second one. This one is from 9:31. The average decibel here was 75 dBs. I could still hear it from my backyard. I don't even know if this
It's on.
it is on.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I also have a third sound clip. Average was 75.1 dBs. I can hear this from my backyard. I live a mile away. This is at 75 decibels. This isn't 55, 65. When it's that high, I can hear it from my yard. And you're all sitting up here like you just don't care. It doesn't bother you. It bothers us as a neighborhood and as a community. And you guys just sit up here and you do nothing about it. You have laws, you have rules, you have to abide by them. Why is nothing being done? Why isn't anyone standing up to this? Why isn't anyone doing something about this? Like, we're losing the rule of law just by the fact that nobody's actually doing something about this. So I want to make this absolutely clear. These recordings, I didn't take the upper side of the recordings. I didn't take the 90 decibels, what I can hear from it. I took the lowest end that was recorded on the sound monitors from the Franklin website. These audios are directly from the Franklin website. In closing, I urge that the Common Council take to this matter seriously. The sound levels I have presented tonight, although they're on the lower end of the spectrum, have already exceedingly disturbed what we can tolerate. These events are not isolated incidents either. They are a persistent issue that affects residents in our community. I'm asking you not only to listen to recordings, and I hope you did hear them, if you could just, if you had to know what we have to experience constantly.
3 minutes. Continue. Just end your statement, please.
I just want a solution for our community to be vibrant, to be peaceful, so we can all have a happy life. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. Dale Kerner, 8630 West Hawthorne Lane. Kudos to the last two people that spoke. I know we have some people here from the Rock tonight. They don't live in our neighborhood. They don't put up with the sound. So when she was talking about that last red, white, and blue thing they had, so it's kind of like saying I'm speeding down Rawson Avenue at, let's say, 20 over the speed limit, and I get pulled over. I'm not allowed to speed the rest of the day because I got a ticket during the day, but yet the sound went on all, 3-4 hours. I think it's unfair. It was a beautiful night tonight. It was quiet out. Kind of probably what you guys enjoy every night. I don't have that luxury. I'm questioning why number 3 is coming up for The Hills Has Eyes. It's already been approved by the Common Council, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you for your time, and thank you for my neighbors that come out and speak. 55 is the decibels. Let's enforce the law. That's what we're supposed to do here. I would bring this to the other establishments. If one is allowed to violate, everybody should be allowed to violate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kerner. Mr. Pelkey, good evening.
Good evening. Andy Pelkey, 9320 West Grandview Court. I am here to talk about two things, one of which is very positive. I was really happy to hear that the city has resolved the water crisis, if you will. We have a contract with City of Oak Creek, and we've been getting safe, reliable drinking water from City of Oak Creek for a long time. And it's very nice to see that continue, especially since no citizen had to sell an organ or two to pay for city water hookup, which is a huge deal, a huge deal. I mean, I wasn't one of them. I already have city water, but I could really appreciate the people who were staring at tens of thousands of dollars that they didn't have to hook up to city water. So thank you so much for that. I also want to speak in favor of our IT director, Jim Metelsky. I had the pleasure, I guess, if you will, to serve as the director of another city's IT department for a short period of time. I was filling in. And so I know what it's like to be a city IT director, right? You're understaffed. You have 25 operating departments to satisfy. No one's ever happy. And I can tell you that Jim spins a lot of plates. He's got a lot of plates spinning at the same time. And so when something goes wrong, you have to give him the professional courtesy of asking for help. You know, something isn't working. Can you tell me why? Right? I was very dismayed at the social media posts by Alderman Day, and then followed by a lot of other people in the city chiming in and making a lot of speculations, and there was not a lot of facts being discussed, which all cast a shadow on Jim's work here at the city of Franklin. I can tell you from experience, I've had over 30 years in IT, that you are very lucky, we are very lucky to have Jim as our IT director. I can't stress that enough. We are very lucky to have him. And I think that it is a shame that this discussion occurred in a public forum without the facts, and it's not the first time it's happened. I remember being pulled off of list of people recommended for boards, in my case, the Board of Review, by Alderman Day. She had never met me, never expressed any concerns, but yet felt it urgent to make sure that I didn't get approved for that council, for that position. So anyway, I'm very concerned that you are acting not on fact, and it's got to stop, because this city needs people like Jim Metelsky, and he doesn't deserve the treatment that he got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pelkey. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening. Kurt Bolton, 8035 West Imperial Drive, Franklin, Wisconsin. One item, I guess I'm going to keep repeating it every time I come here. I think we should have 3 minutes for each item we want to discuss. I don't think that's unreasonable. I don't expect to get it, but I don't think it's unreasonable. The other thing is that I didn't see anything about the consequences for violating the ordinance if they exceed the noise limits. Perhaps somebody on the council can enlighten me on that, and I guess I'm just wondering what the consequences are. And are they going to be of a sufficient value to prevent them being done again in the future? Because that's really what ordinances are all about. It's not about repeating the same thing over and over and getting a slap on the wrist. It's about trying to make sure that the citizens of Franklin, which include the Rock and everybody else, can work together and live together reasonably. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The answer to your question is the municipal judge hears the citations issued. Or not.
Good evening,
Hey, welcome.
Eli Gasavic, 7518 Carter Circle North, Franklin. I'm one of the many residents who loved the idea of the Rock when it first opened up. Baseball fields, winter snowboarding, fabulous venue. But what happened? How did we evolve into a music arena? I just don't understand. Music, I understand that we're making money and so forth and so on, but what about the residents? What about the people? You said you love, Mayor, you said you love that, 13 years of whatever event it was. What
That'd
about
be-
the people that live around that?
The
In other words,
hills
you're
have
telling
eyes.
me that I should sell my home and leave because you like the venue, but I can't sleep at night because of the noise.
Nobody told you to sell your property, and
But you know what? You're acting like I should.
I'm
That's
not
the point.
acting
You
like
are,
anything.
because you're telling people you love the venue. Everybody should love it. That's not the
Say
case.
everybody should
We
love it. I
cannot.
enjoy it.
We cannot live with it. Well, let me ask you a question.
each
then.
their own, sir.
On
I
point-
enjoy it.
on point-
I embrace it.
On point
Close to
three,
the heart.
on point 3 and 4.
Yes, sir.
Why is it that all these other issues, there is an elaboration on what's going to be discussed? There's nothing about noise levels on 3 or 4 that you're going to discuss after the fact, after we can speak. Why doesn't it say here, we want to discuss the noise levels for Hills Has Eyes. We want to raise it from XYZ to higher level. Why didn't anybody put that in writing? I'm astonished at that,
Trying to
that
explain that,
our
sir.
common
ahead, I'll
council
wait.
doesn't want to keep their residents and constituents advise on what's going on. It's like you're hiding. I mean, then why isn't it in there?
Can I answer?
Of course you can, sir.
You promise?
I promise I'll step back.
That's good right there. We are bringing up this to discussion in tonight's agenda. The Common Council will be talking about it, going over points, concerns, questions, and coming to a resolution. So there's nothing being hidden. It'll be an open session. You're welcome to stay. Okay, you can hear everything that's going on. You can't comment anymore, but the Common Council's up here that we're well aware of the concerns that have been coming up here, and that's what will be talked about. Please.
Okay, yes, but see, the thing is, if you would have mentioned that in these points, I think all these seats would have been filled, every single one of them, because people would know what the issues are. Right now, they have no clue. And to me, that's a hidden agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. See no one else? Thought I had you, Dana.
Nice try, Mayor Nelson.
And again, good evening and welcome.
Yes, Dan again, 9011 West Hawthorne Lane. I'm just going to, regarding this whole little dispute with the mayor promoting this public nuisance, the mayor's job description, which isn't part of the budget, by the way, it says this: the mayor is the chief executive officer of the city, responsible for ensuring that all city ordinances and state laws are observed and enforced by the city. Okay, so basically, the Rock Sports Complex violates noise ordinances constantly, I have to say, because the Red, White, and Blue violated it for 9 hours. The Tacos Tequila violated it for 9 hours. The Phase Fest violated it for 9 hours. And in my opinion, the Umbrella Bar is still a public nuisance because it must be a low frequency thing or the elevation. But as I've spoke at recent meetings, I can hear that word for word in my house still, a mile away. I have texted Mr. Atkins, like, this is what I'm taking pictures in front of my house. So this is what they're singing right now. So that's not possible if that's not too loud up there. That's what I'm saying. So, and as far as the complaints go, I find it, well, this is just 2020 and 2021. I have 5 of these. There's over 1,000 complaints filed against the Rock Sports Complex. So to pretend that there's only 13 complaints or something like that, and I'm not sure that even includes the police reports, it's not really specific enough on this little cover sheet that there was 13 complaints or something ridiculous. And I also have, regarding, disregarding people's concerns and like that, I have 400 people on a petition against the way the Rock is behaving and treating the neighborhoods. So to pretend that there's only a couple people that are impacted is just beyond ridiculous. And for the mayor to be promoting something for 13 years, Mayor, why don't you admit that there's thousands of complaints instead of saying it's a great event? It could be a great event, but it certainly should not be heard a mile away, which is stated on the county sound study, that the Hills Has Eyes is clearly audible over a mile away. So I don't know why the Hills Has Eyes is even on the agenda, because it was all approved in May to be at 55 decibels at the property line. Even during the licensing committee meeting, representatives of the Rock said there's a lot more they can do to control the sound, mitigate the speakers, the DJ. Discussions involved the chainsaws need to end at a certain time, no train horn, things like that. Why is that not being all put on the permit? And there should be an end time. There's no other business that you guys favor as much as the Rock. It's complete selective enforcement of your laws. They can do whatever they want. They're operating till 1:30 in the morning. It was stated during licensing and even on the permit that the last group goes in at 11:50. If you ask people to actually attend the event, it takes an hour to go through, or even an hour and a half. Some people have told me 2 hours. So you're talking about 2 in the morning that we're going to still have to hear this if you guys don't mitigate the sound and have it at 55 decibels. You've tried it for the for the Milkman team, and it's worked out well. I don't think there's been any complaints. We can still hear it. I'm not saying we can't, but it's not annoyance and it's not disturbing. And I think that's what needs to be attempted for the Hills Has Eyes. You guys approved it that way, and obviously there was reasons to do that. In addition, you approved the resolution in March to protect the citizens. And if you raise the decibel level, you're admitting that we're going to yet again disregard the ordinances that we agreed that we were going to follow in March. So that's really offensive to me, and you should really think about that, that if you increase the decibel levels, you're admitting, yet again, that you're going to not follow the ordinances when it's related to the rock and give them special and favoritism. And the burden falls on the neighbors surrounding the district.
345.
So you need to take that into consideration. Your job is to support and protect the citizens. It's not to make sure a business is loud. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gint. And I just would like to respond to one of your allegations about supporting. I support a lot of Franklin businesses, number one. When I was touting the entire thing about St. Martin's Fair, I didn't hear Mr. Wazalowski reach out, and I'm just messing with him because he lives right in the center. But there's a lot of great things in our city, wonderful events, wonderful attractions that I support. The discussion was Hills Have Eyes, and yeah, I support them. So that's that. Good evening, sir. Welcome. Would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Van McNeil, Rock Ventures, 4355 Ballpark Drive. Yes, Franklin, Wisconsin. Close enough. I understand everybody is frustrated. The neighbors are frustrated. Ownership is frustrated. The employees, we are all frustrated. It's not that we are not monitoring sound levels for each and every event. For Milkmen, we certainly did. We had 3 people looking at monitors throughout the games. On the other side, we have created this special place and creating memories with fans and families for 6 years. Our biggest complaint this year, nobody could hear us announcing. Nobody could hear the interview with the Veteran Salute. No one could hear the interview with the Hills Corners Greendale Community Health Alliance. It has certainly impacted the things that we have built and that we do at Franklin Field, while we are still keeping monitor of what we agreed to back in March. Is it feasible for 55 decibels? From a performance standpoint, when nobody can hear you, it is very frustrating. Oh, you saluted this veteran. What was his name again? Which ward did he serve in? Constantly monitoring, whether it be concerts, whether it be Milkmen games, whether it be an extraordinary event like a Tacos and Tequila or Face Fest. Someone is always watching the monitors. We are always looking. We are always adjusting. If in the fact that we get a Sergeant Martinez or a Sergeant Spadel to come up and give us a sound check, immediately we adjust those levels immediately. So it's not falling on deaf ears. There's a team of people at Rock Ventures that are looking to mitigate everything. It's a very frustrating situation right now, but I love what we do there.
Thank you, sir. Oh, watch behind you.
I'm James Metelsky, 606 East Hampton Road, Whitefish Bay, Wisconsin. I'm the director of IT. First of all, I have to turn around and issue a small apology to the city of Franklin. Normally, IT does assist. We're not charged doing it, but when there is an event going on, we do try to look at the sound monitors to make sure that everything is running and operational, and the portal was turning around and running. Unfortunately, that day, I did not follow the events. I did not know that there was a music concert going on during Labor Day weekend, and I was also dealing with SAN issues with HP over at the police department at that given period of time. That being said, after listening to the commentary at these meetings, I did turn around to take a look at some of the statistics for that particular event, and it has to be noted for the record that the East Sound Monitor was down without power from 5:17 a.m. on Sunday the 1st all the way to 3:29 p.m. on Sunday the 1st. So during that time, it was impossible to monitor the sound monitor. It was powered off. Now, the sound monitors are recharged using solar panels, and they do not have a direct electrical feed. The down power outage of when the machine will think, I don't have enough juice to run, is at 12 volts. I sent an email message over to Larson Davis, who's the manufacturer of the sound monitor, to say, why was it down? And they basically said that it went below on power of 12 volts. They readjusted it to 10.8 volts. And thus far, the sound monitor has not gone down. We're checking the statistics each and every single day, and the East sound monitor has not gone down. But I think it is important not only that we turn around and calibrate the sound monitors, but we also make sure that the batteries are fresh in it and that it is getting enough sunshine and power to turn around and recharge it. As we look at an evening event with the Hills Has Eyes, we're going to have to be very conscious of the fact that, yes, this is a solar-powered unit on it, and without fresh batteries and constant power, the sound monitors may not be functioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Seeing no one else, close citizen comment period. We always like to also bring something nice, and since we have a full house, we've got two things to celebrate. One is our Director of Administration's birthday today, and it has been kind of common practice that we draw embarrassing amounts of attention to staff and other fellow electeds. So if, and Michelle, I know Alderman Eichmann's been warming up in the back, if we could just say a quick little happy birthday song, and I'm going to lead it since we have a full house here. We're going to make it, this is a special day for her. She's been working her backside off on this budget. Happy birthday to you. Come on. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kelly. Happy birthday to you. Thank you. You're wonderful. Happy birthday. You're working your backside off. All right. Letter C, approval of minutes, regular common council meeting of September 3rd, 2024. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
First and second, any further discussion or comments? Seeing none, all is in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. There's no D. David hearings, no E. Edward organizational, no F as in Frank letters. Going into G number 1. Franklin Civic Celebrations Commission report for the July 3rd to July 6th, 2024 Civic Celebrations event. Request for spending authority for 2025 and summary of 2024 activities. I saw Ann, I saw Mr. Bergner. Would somebody wants to come up here and any comments on it? There's two chairs here and there's two active microphones. So, good evening and welcome. And if you just please state your name and address for the record before we start talking.
John Bergner, 8501 Parkland Drive, Franklin. I am the chairman of the Franklin Civic Celebration Committee.
Anna Damsky, 7825 Stonebrook Court. I'm the co-chair.
Good evening and welcome. What would you like to share with us tonight?
Well, I'd first like to take this opportunity to thank all of our Franklin committee members that work on this committee. You know, a lot of hard work, a lot of hours. I would also like to thank the many citizens that volunteered for setup, beverage sales, ticket sales, and tear down. I'd like to thank the Common Council for supporting us, but I also mostly would like to thank our patrons who attended, had fun, and helped to support this event. I have presented to you a income statement, and I'm here to answer if you have any questions on this income statement. You know, so I open it up to questioning.
Thank you. So right now, are there any questions from members of the Common Council? Mr. Barber.
Noticing the dollars and cents here, I see a $21,334 deficit.
Yes.
That's more for the Department of Finance. How does that get covered, or how is that accounted for? And it seems to be a shortfall every year that we understand, that it's basically something that exists. But how is that covered?
So this year, it is being covered by the remaining fund balance that we have within the Civic Celebrations Fund. However, it's important to note that I've brought it up numerous times that by next year, the Civic Celebrations will be running at a deficit every year, so the council will have to determine if the celebration is going to continue or if the city wants to continue to increase the contribution to that celebration annually. We increased it last year from, I believe, 13,000 to 30,000, but in the 25 budget, it's still going to run at a deficit, and you only have 1 year left of fund balance to use.
1 year left would be 25.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I'll make note of that also, that We get $30,000 from the city toward our festival, but we also put back $53,000 into the city for police and DPW. So it's not like we're taking $30,000 out. We're also, paying for our police and our DPW, who does a great job.
And I agree. Ann, did you have something on that?
No.
I'm trying to put you on the spot as much.
Oh, no, I think they always, I am grateful for our officers. They always keep that parade safe, and that's all I can ask for.
Oh, it's a wonderful community event, and the numbers are staggering of who attends the parades, but it's well over 10,000 every year, and it's a safe family event, and there's a cost to provide that safe family event, and that's, I'm, going to promote that forever. Alderwoman Eichmann.
Thank you, Mayor. With that being said, Mayor, leading off of with you saying that there is a cost to provide this event, I can never stress enough to the entire city of Franklin that that cost does not extend to John or Ann. They are volunteers that do this on their own time. They don't have even 5 minutes to celebrate the holiday with their own families. From morning, noon, and night, they are working incredibly hard. It's nonstop. So much work and effort goes into it, as well as the commission. I mean, we just cannot thank you enough. This is all your dedication to the city of Franklin out of your own heart, wanting to put on an excellent event for others, not being able to enjoy it yourself. So we just can't thank you enough. I know it's said every year, but volunteers also are what makes this event go on. It's so easy and simple to volunteer. I can't stress it enough. The past 2 years, I've enjoyed selling tickets in the ticket booth. I mean, you can't make it more luxurious. You sit down, it's air conditioned, you get tickets to buy food and beverages, you get a nice t-shirt. I mean, it would be really nice at some point for the city of Franklin to fill the volunteer spots open, because when those spots aren't open, who's covering them? John and Ann. When they're trying to run this event and they have other things to do, it's not uncommon to see John or Ann selling tickets when they should be running around with other things. So you don't even need to be a Franklin resident to volunteer. Bring your family from other communities. But, everyone goes and enjoys this event. But I think it's time that residents and citizens give back. Volunteer an hour or two. That's all it takes. Plus, it's fun, and you get to meet other people in the community. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Well stated. There's a motion here to receive and place on file.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
First and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you again very much for everything
Thank
you do.
you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. G2.
Hold on.
Oh,
I think there's an extension on that
Yes.
motion.
there's an extension of the
Yes.
motion?
Fill out for the.
Oh, look at
For the
that.
For the payment for 2025.
Yes. John,
Oh, boy.
we may need you and Ann still.
City councilor, what would you like to just
No.
take?
I think all the.
Mr. Barber, you got the floor?
Yeah, there's a second part of this, that's a budget, I think, consideration, and the fact that we're allowing for funds now to be spent for 2025 in order to ensure that the same,
Right, you're correct.
Success is
So
achieved.
the motion as stated, is that we'll revisit the motion as
is that a
stated?
budget
Yes,
consideration?
yes.
And allow Bergner to execute contracts and agreements for 2025 Civic Celebration event. I just was looking at the motion as stated.
Okay, but is that a budget consideration? Does that need a special vote? Council action? No, okay.
So is that we'll go back to the original motion. Is that the amended motion to include it as stated?
Right, okay.
Okay, first and second, we'll do this again. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Let's have it. Motion carries. Good, thanks for clarification. G2. Thank you, John and Ann. Have a good evening. Security discussion led by the Director of IT, Mr. Matulski. Good evening and welcome. You've got the floor, sir.
Thank you. I wish I actually had better news to turn around and talk to tonight, but one of the things I always pride myself as being a straight shooter as much as possible, and even conveying bad information to the council and to the community when appropriate. Now, there are going to be some things that I am not going to be able to speak with complete candor on, because this still is in a forensics investigation, and we also have legal counsel who is specialized in cybersecurity incidents. They have not fully weighed in on this entire subject matter at this point, so a lot of my comments at this point will be brief, but I will try to at least communicate to the community at large what has actually transpired over the last couple of weeks. We did have a security incident, in other words, a successful security hack onto our system. This started on August 14th, and the main thrust of the attack was actually done on August 15th. Briefly discussing the security attack, on August 14th, an attacker successfully performed an internal penetration to the City Hall local area network using our main SSL VPN. The intruder performed a lengthy series of dictionary attacks to gain access to the account Franklin NT Clinic. This is one of a collection of shared accounts that allows multiple people to log in and access the network. A lot of these exist based on a lot of complex use cases. The intruder was on the network for several hours on the 14th, scoping out systems and resolving computer names and choosing which servers to attack. The intruder returned on August 15th and returned to the network and engaged in multiple attacks to retrieve additional accounts and passwords. The intruder was able to obtain high access level to administrator accounts that were configured with complex passwords. So it wasn't a simple dictionary attack to gain access to these. These accounts, the intruder proceeded to directly log onto other systems and create backdoor access methods. For terminology, a backdoor access method is installing remote access control software onto a computer in the event that the main access method is terminated, in this case our VPN, and the attacker can then re-enter the network using backdoor software even though the primary connection method is not there. I was given a call at 2:00 a.m. by Rapid7. It was their main security operations center. They did notice that there was some very unusual activity on the network, and they called me at home via cell phone. I woke up, logged onto my computer, and then proceeded to inform both Rapid7 and TPX, who's our firewall management vendor, about the security incident and open up tickets. So we opened up multiple support tickets, and the Security of Franklin Incident and Response Plan, which we actually have in case of such an event actually does occur, was officially put into place. As part of this plan, there are several phases that we go through. The first is detection of the actual security incident, which happened at 2:00 a.m. on the 15th. We then proceeded into the phases of initial response and containment. We then do a security analysis to figure out exactly what transpired. We attempt to do any recovery or repair if necessary. We communicate the incident internally. Then afterwards, we do post-mortem analysis and data forensics to turn around and determine the full scope of the security incident. We continue to monitor to guarantee that the intruder does not return back to the network using backdoor methods. And finally, there's always the formal reporting of the security incident. We are currently in phase 6 of this, which is in the post-mortem and data analysis. The city is currently working with Tokyo Marine, who is the cybersecurity insurance provider. This is provided to us under the Wisconsin League of Municipality Insurance Plans, and Surefire is the company that's been hired to do the data forensics. We've collected an extensive amount of logs and done a tremendous amount of system captures. These have been uploaded to Surefire for analysis, who is looking basically step by step, even at the master table files of each and every single one of these machines to try to figure out what exactly transpired with the security hack. We've had multiple coordination meetings being engaged with Surefire and Rapid7 and TPX, where we share information and reporting in order to come up to a solid conclusion within the report. Again, due to ongoing data forensics, legal counsel that is specialized in cybersecurity incident management strongly recommends limited external communication until the full digest of information is known, so I can only give you general information at this time. The primary goal of our 0 day, the day of the security incident, is always to keep all systems operational and functional, but still containing the actual security incident. To do this, the first thing we did was take the SSL VPN down because that was the main access. That cut off the intruder and then all remote access to the system. The systems that were believed to have been compromised were shut down immediately, and then several VMs were physically destroyed and then completely and totally rebuilt. Endpoint detection software that exists on all of our computers had custom rules in place to look for the various rogue software that we knew it was being installed on the network. That prevented the intruder from migrating and getting access onto other systems. IT had to examine each and every computer on the network over a period of time to look for known backdoor software and other points of attack. Once fully contained, Rapid7 and TPX continued to look for rogue activity and other known points of intrusion. And because the intruder did have full access to administrator accounts, all users were requested to change their passwords. The intruder could have actually created an export file of all IDs and passwords, and that would then allow the intruder a further ability to log on to our network. This is commonly standard operating procedure whenever there is a security compromise where all users are required to change their passwords. What is the current state right now of our operations and networks? Well, due to extremely outstanding support by Rapid7 and catching this very, very early, the security incident was very quickly contained. Core operational systems to City Hall, the police department, and water were not compromised. There's been no detection of ransomware anywhere on the systems. Any compromised system that we knew about was deactivated and rebuilt. The SSL VPN was permanently taken down and replaced by an IPsec VPN, which is much harder to turn around and gain access to. A considerable amount of time and effort was spent getting this fully operational. Microsoft's Exchange, and for us that's an on-premise system today, was not taken down, nor was email limited to on-site access. All email was heavily used for communication between us, Rapid7, and other security providers. Thus, it was essential that that actually remain operational. On September 3rd, the Common Council approved a two-phase plan for migrating over to Office 365 in the cloud. This has not officially been implemented yet. Contracts have only been signed and equipment has been ordered at this point. So we have not even begun that project of implementing it yet. We did order some software, Lapide, which is now fully in place, and that's to help us identify any additional intrusion attempts and also to increase auditing records and forensics and analysis. That's both being used in Active Directory and on our file servers. IT staff and resources. Since the week of the security intrusion, IT has been working 12 to 14-hour days, 7 days a week. This includes weekends and on federal holidays. The IT staff consists of only 3 people now. We have a recent hire. The city IT help desk position was just filled in July, where extensive amount of onboarding and training was being performed just before the security incident. It should be stated that no one in the IT department is an expert in cybersecurity or forensics and analysis. Hence, this role is being heavily relied upon by vendors, those being provided to us by our insurance provider. The cyber insurance provider has engaged in legal counsel specific to cybersecurity incidents to assist with postmortem analysis, communications, and remediations. Also, additional 2024 projects were put in place to actively strengthen our networks even further and to increase security. There are now a total of 13 active projects and 9 in planning queued for implementation. These all need to be accomplished by the end of this year, and the security incident has dramatically increased the workload. With any new technology, further education and training is going to be necessary. There is some money in OpEx that I most likely will be coming in the future to the council to turn around and reappropriate so we can actually spend some of this on training, particularly on the new technologies. The security incident occurred during the 2025 budget season when we are normally at the least amount of staff and everyone is very preoccupied. IT was required to perform also another audit by Clifton, Larson, and Alice, which required also a new IT compliance matrix that also absorbed additional time from IT staff. And IT workloads and staff pressures have never been higher. IT is running basically right now in emergency response mode, and this is as defined by the Security Incident Response Plan. Some of the things that we're going to do to help increase security within Franklin. We're going to be looking at upgrading our Active Directory domain controllers to the latest version of Windows, which is Windows 2022. Some of this is needed for additional capacity on the drives as we're doing additional auditing. We're going with Office 365. Phase 1 is in the process of being rolled out, and that will to be built out an Office 365 tenant. and configure Entra for authentication with Active Directory, and also to configure two-factor authentication with YubiKeys. We will also be setting up application reverse proxies for devices and systems that don't natively support 2FA. As we move past the presidential election, we'll be looking at phase 2, and this will be to migrate email from on-site systems, and we'll be going to the Office 365 cloud. This will also require setting up email archiving and journaling, and also to reconfigure all of our Mimecast spam filtering services. We also will enable Microsoft OneDrive for personal drives for data storage. We have to eliminate anywhere that we are using shared access accounts, no matter how complex. You simply cannot use a shared account with 2FA. It goes completely against the entire premise of 2FA. We're going to install additional Fortinet firewall modules to force sandboxing of applications, and also to turn around and roll out the paid version of the VPN client that promotes zero trust network access. We've expanded the PIDE auditing when we go to the cloud to include Office 365, which will be doing also Exchange auditing as well, and all of the cloud resources. And soon we'll be upgrading our core infrastructure to VMware 8 once we actually turn around and resolve some SAN issues that we're having at the moment. I do think we need to look a little bit at some misinformation that was posted to social media on it, realizing that quite often information and statements are frequently taken out of context and out of intent. One of them was an initial posting by Alderwoman Day. She stated that it was recently brought to my attention that due to an internal policy change, I can no longer access my city email when not physically at City Hall. If you are awaiting a response to an email from the last week, please contact me by phone or by text by her phone number as posted for a timely response. I apologize for the inconvenience that anyone caused on this. For the actual record, department heads, we actually write the policies, and I understand the term an internal policy may have been misinterpreted, but formally, all policies are actually written by the department heads, but it is up to the Common Council to actually authorize these policies, and no internal policy can actually be implemented without Common Council approval. I actually have 3 policies right now that are going to be presented once things slow down a little bit to the Common Council. One is the Strategic Technology Plan that was approved by the Technology Commission. The other one is going to be the Identity and Access Security Policy, and another one is going to be the Incident Response Plan, which is still in draft mode, but what we use during the incident policy of it. So you will be seeing these formalized documents coming forward to the council in the near future. The email system did remain operational throughout the security incident and postmortem analysis. Email was never taken offline or made inaccessible only to internal access. Outlook web access and Outlook mobile remained fully accessible to all remote users. Only the SSL VPN was actually taken down. All users were requested to change their Active Directory password. This was a request that was a standard procedure for any security incident. And even though communication wasn't the best, I will openly admit it, because we're new to putting in the security response plan, and we really haven't looked at the actual policy yet to define what these communication methods actually are. But it should be noted that any alderman person that is having a communication or access issue, you're directed to turn around and contact the IT department for assistance. That can either be me or the main help desk number. No support ticket was actually logged for this particular incident. The City of Franklin staff does not monitor or resolve problems via social media postings that should be recognized. We don't have our incident system tied to it where tickets are generated. There are some systems that actually do this. And also by the City of Common Council direction, the city does not officially have a social media presence. When we're looking at citizen complaints, they should actually be forwarded over to the clerk's office first, where the incidents are then logged and assigned tracking numbers. If any alderwoman person is unavailable, the clerk's office can take information on their behalf. And some things that we are looking for enhancing tools that might help communication in the future. Communication and security can be increased by giving older people and the mayor a dedicated laptop for remote access. This will allow you actually to dial into the VPN and then use the full rich tools for it. This also may make changing your password every 90 days, which is a requirement, a little bit easier if you actually have a dedicated laptop to do it on. I recognize changing your password using Outlook Web Access is a little on the difficult side. And instead of Ring Central voicemail only accounts as we have today, older people can also be given a full Ring Central user account. This is strongly encouraged that citizen communications be performed over city-owned resources instead of personal devices. If we give you a full Ring Central user account, this would be very useful in emergency situation because you would have a dedicated city phone number, dedicated voicemail account. You have full video conferencing actually built into it, and it'll also fully run on mobile devices. So if you wanted to turn around and put the Ring Central app on your phone or on your iPad, you can easily turn around and do that. Another posting that needs a correction from former Mayor Olson. The point of this post is that the mayor and the administration put in a policy into place without the courtesy of involving and informing those who are impacted and responsible for approving it. Why then should your source of information have full access to city email from outside of the city hall, and yet Alderwoman Day be required to come into city hall for access? Who suffer? Alderwoman Day's constituents. As stated before, no policy was put in place restricting email access to City Hall. This was a story, a pure fiction, and it was a narrative that was actually created by the social media channels. Email was fully active from both inside and outside of the network. Employees and elected officials are ultimately responsible for updating their passwords and conforming to enterprise security practices. When there are login issues, employees and officials can report them either to the IT help desk with that email address or that phone number. This is standard operating procedure that also existed in Mayor Olson's administration and prior to that. Emergency declaration and response, unlike a natural disaster, communication of a cybersecurity incident does become muddy very, very quickly. Communication is often restricted by legal counsel as misinformation can quickly spread and quite often be of direct value to the attacker. This is what happened in the Sony security attack, where they were looking at the communication channels and social media to see just exactly what Sony knew. And the Security Incident Response Plan, which is currently unapproved, identifies communication as a specific team role. The Incident Response Team is tasked with containing and resolving the security issue. There is a separate team, a communications team, that is responsible for the complex communication issues. A posting that did come from Franklin Community News, the mayor and his administration made some technology changes to how city officials, employees, and the public use the City of Franklin internet and their access to information, including email. It appears that this change was not effectively communicated the next day, leaving some older people unable to access the City of Franklin email and respond to their constituents. Also, one might think that before rolling out a technology change, a communication would be sent out to all stakeholders, informing them of the technology access change and what users now need to do to access the technology and email server. It appears that most other major government organizations, Franklin has now moved, for the right reasons, to a two-step authentication process to access Franklin Gov, which is actually Tennessee's URL. Most organizations have made the change effectively communicate the rollout and migration to the new two-step access. In response, again, no policy was put into place. A request was made for all users to change their passwords. 2FA has not been implemented yet. This was approved on the September 3rd Common Council meeting. Hence, additional security technology and procedures are still being designed. This project is still in the planning phase. 2FA was planned for the 2024 operational outlay capital budgets, but it was placed on the IT 2024 project schedule for late November, early December implementation. Email is tightly coupled with the Wisconsin Elections Commission's processes for approved absentee ballots. There are 4 elections that were scheduled for 2024. Therefore, email cannot be migrated till after the last presidential election. So we did have it on our radar to implement 2FA, but because of the elections, we are looking at doing it after the last election for the year. and a social media channel claiming to be a news source should be held to a higher level of journalistic integrity. The facts surrounding the posting were completely fictional and do not contain any credible journalistic source. Also posted, seems like you may be in another country while trying to access, which is why you were denied. Omitting the facts isn't a good look if this is true. There is a global block list in place for all communications. This has been in place even on our former Palo Alto firewalls, and we carry that over to our current Fortinet firewalls. Only IP addresses that are sourced from within the United States and Canada are accepted. There are several hundreds of thousands of blocked hacking attempts that are thwarted weekly because of the global block rule being in place. Any additional rule was put in place an additional rule was put in place as part of remediations to block access from any VPN proxy server or cloud service designed to obfuscate the original IP address. This rule blocks foreign actors from using common VPN services like Proton VPN from attacking the firewalls while still being in the United States. And any users traveling outside the United States or Canada will not have access to email or remote access services. This architecture has been in design and in place for the last 6 years. When the former police chief did turn around and travel abroad in Eastern Europe, he did not have access to email or any VPN. More common that you know that, and also very common at federal contractor and 3-letter agencies all around DC. My company does this as well, and cyber insurance loves it too, referring to 2FA. Fortune 500 companies have done this for years. Conditional access policies, check it out. The key is VPN with SaaS-based access for authorized remote out-of-office users and devices. As it should be noted, the city of Franklin is not a Fortune 500 company, nor does it have the resources or IT or funding of a federal or state agency. The IT people consist of basically 3 people. And then for the 2025 budget, our operational outlet is played at $326,000. The IT Strategic Technology Plan, unapproved, outlines the alignment to the NIST framework, which is required by all federal agencies, which we are adopting. And we're doing that just to make sure that we would be in compliance with other frameworks. A total of 14 of these security policies all need to be created and approved in order to be in compliance with that framework. And current practices and technologies will need to be modified and to be in conformance with NIST policies. This is the vision as defined by the Franklin Strategic Technology Plan and the Technology Commission. That is all I have. If there would be any questions that I may turn around and actually answer, that I am able to turn around and answer in a more generalized fashion.
Okay, I'll start. So thank you, Jim, for clarifying a number of misconceptions and things brought by a few that take opportunities to rebel rouse and computer and keyboard hate, which you did a great job. And you know that this goes to show you that the one FCN stands for fake community news, that we can all agree now. It's not Franklin community news. So well done. We'll open this up now to Common Council. Comments, concerns? Alderwoman Eichmann?
Thank you, Mayor. On that note, we cannot reiterate enough. The city of Franklin does not have an official Facebook page. The Franklin area community page is also not a newsworthy source of official Franklin news because it is not associated with the city of Franklin. Anything that is read should be taken with a grain of salt. Anything that is untruthful is posted because of First Amendment rights. Anyone can jump on a computer and a keyboard, we've all seen it happen, and write false narratives and so forth against others. Slander, a lot of slander out there against us elected officials, including the mayor, where things are not true. So as you look at some of these fake news sources, I highly encourage everyone to realize that these are not City of Franklin run pages, that there is a narrative behind the authors of the pages to go after and attack others. There is such a thing as slander as well, and appropriate measures will be looked into for that. So at that, I'll yield. Thank you.
Alderman Craig.
I just want to take responsibility because Alderwoman Day reached out to me regarding some of her issues, and without being able to divulge what was discussed in a closed session, trying to use as much vagary as I could and maybe done very incredibly sloppily. So I apologize to you, Alderwoman Day, for creating problems where there shouldn't have been something created. And that comes on me, and also not wanting to, as we have been very much wrought to hold the secrecy of closed session secret, even if it is someone who is cleared to take in that same sort of information, but not creating digital record of that sharing. Thank you.
Mr. Barber, then back to Alderwoman Eichman.
Just want to thank you, Jim, for this presentation. We have had at least some knowledge of this going forward, but this kind of summarizes everything as best you can right now and puts it in a context for everybody in the community to understand that if they want to go back and look at this in the minutes and have it available for them. But I want to thank you for what you are doing and say I personally appreciate your efforts and what your contribution to the council has been. So thank you.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Craig, I completely disagree with that statement because there is nothing discussed in closed session about changing our passwords. All of us received several emails from the IT department forewarning us if a password was not changed, we'd be locked out of the system. And I mean, it goes with common sense. I've been locked out as an alder, right? Things happen. I got a new iPhone, so I had to have the city email put back on my phone. My first instinct is I contact immediately the IT department, who is in charge. If no one would be available, my next go-to would be the mayor. I don't know if we need to lay out a proper step of authority of who we should go to if us alders have a problem or something.
IT.
IT for
Clerk's
IT.
office.
Not social media.
We're here to serve. We're here to help.
You still got the floor, ma'am.
Okay, but I just wanted to state, was the lockout issue due to a password change, and which was not discussed in closed session?
It was, yes, it was directly due to passwords.
Okay, thank you. I'll yield.
Thank you. Anyone else on this? See nothing. I believe there's a discussion only, no actions to place this report on file. And thank you, Director. You did an exceptional job explaining to everyone so they realize the magnitude of these cyber attacks and how vulnerable we can be. And we're not like any other jurisdiction that gets taken, to the cleaners and they put you over a barrel and take all sorts of things. And that's a good thing. Well
Hopefully
done.
there will not be more of them. Thank
All right.
you.
So this is simply a discussion only, placed on file. We'll move forward. G3, entertainment and special events. Hills has eyes. If there's someone from the organization that would like to come up to the table here. We may need another chair. Thank you. All right, so good evening, welcome. I'm going to ask that if anybody's speaking, then please state your name and business address for the record, please.
Mike Zimmerman, 7044 South Ballpark Drive.
Van McNeil, 7044 South Ballpark Drive.
Steve Taylor, the same address.
Okay, good evening and welcome. So I will start the conversation, and we're going to go to members of the Common Council and hopefully specifically members of the License Committee. So when this was being brought back, there was, I guess, one of the main issues was how enforcement is being handled now opposed to how enforcement was being handled in the past. And now ordinance violations are going right to the, police department, and that's bypassing planning. So we are going to look at that specific process change, which is important. And, there's a basic premise that how noise was handled over the past, at least decade prior to it being changed to the down lower pit area, and how that had a positive outcome with decibel limits and decibel levels because it's down in a pit area. I believe that made a very big change. So that's why we basically wanted to have the council be aware of this, be aware a little more of the backstory, be a little bit more aware of that we're making the right decision as a city which has the balance of the quality of life and running a successful business. So there is a balance, and the quality of life for the neighbors is extremely important. Absolutely is important. And also allowing and continuing a very successful event, which I believe exceeds 30,000 people last year alone, and this is over 10 dates. So that's important too, that people understand this is a 10-date event. It's not run, 7 days a week for like a China Lights for 6 weeks straight, 7 days a week. That's not the case here. It is 10 dates. So we're looking at that. And I think for now, I would like to yield on this, but I would definitely like to see, I know we're going to start with Alderwoman Eichman and then have people from the licensing committee please chime in as you see fit. Alderwoman Eichman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask the developer, Mr. Zimmerman, over the past 10 years that the Hill Has Eyes has been in production, can you tell us about the changes that you have made to lessen some of the sound and take away from the event to help the situation of the noise?
Sure. I did this at the last two license committees, so I'm on memory mode. But the first piece, and this is not necessarily in any timeline, but we were at 22 nights. We're down to 10 now. We also...
Could you say that again? Because I think there are people that were talking may not have heard that. So you initially started...
That's pretty typical.
22 events, now down to 10.
Yes.
Thank you.
22 down to 10. The other change was that we were on the top of what is now the Umbrella Bar parking lot, and all of that has now been centralized down in the pit. So that was a change. The other change is that the tour actually went into Greendale, up the chairlift, up on top of the ski hill. That now all resides in Franklin. So basically it's all consolidated into the what we refer to as the pit. Lastly, the hours of operation have significantly reduced. We now have hard shutoff times with the DJ booth. We obviously, when we started, we didn't have the sound monitors. So that's a new addition. I'm probably leaving out a bunch of things, but this has been a 13-year debate battle. Every year we keep tweaking things, so there's been just a ton of work, Michelle.
One thing I can add, the train horn, you took that away too.
Yep.
After the first night.
That was, and in earnest, we didn't know that was actually happening until it happened. But yeah, that's gone.
Thank you.
Any discussion where this is going to be led to with...
Just a question.
Yes, Alderman Zahn.
When you cut back the events from 22 to 10, does that cause any loss of revenue?
It did a little bit, but the NOI is roughly the same because what it would cost us to produce 22 nights, we just condensed. We just figured if we could take all of that supply or that demand and concentrate it, it works out pretty similar. And we felt like that's a good handshake with the community just to do 10 nights instead of 22. So we're not also operating 22 nights. So all the 100+ actors that we have, that now it's only 10 nights.
Mr. Taylor, and then we'll go to Mr. Barber.
I just like to add that regarding complaints, because we presented this to licensing committee, I think last year, that in 2021 and 2022, there was a total of 17 complaints over a 2-year period. 14 of those were in Greendale and 3 were Franklin. One individual from Franklin complained twice, which is not surprising because they had a binder full of complaints. But 21 complaints over 2 years. I'm sorry, 17 over 2 years and 14 not even in the community you represent. So I think that, and I know in 2020, Alderwoman Day, who was the health officer at the time, was very instrumental in opening it and helping us get through COVID, which was amazing. When most communities were not allowed to do anything, she worked, and that helped, go from 22 to 10. Just so.
Mr. Barber.
Just with all the things that you've outlined and the corrections that have been made, why should that change from 55 now? You would think that that you have mitigated the sound and it would be a good number at the lot line. I understand why anything or be increased at this point.
Alderman, that's a great, I totally agree with you that nothing should be changed. So the 55 is a brand new rule. We've never had that before. I also would suggest to you that 55 for an extraordinary event, whether it's our events or Mulligans or Swaggers or anybody else that's trying to put on an event, that's why would you put an application in to just have the same ordinance? So just sort of like fundamentally it doesn't make sense. And I would also say that I agree with you. It's never been a rule until it was inserted, this year. And then I would also add that it's 80, 90 acres, right? And there's three monitors. And what we have to, we're getting better. This year's been a good year. Is there improvement ahead? Always. But when the center of gravity on sound changes, whether it be at Franklin Field or at Lux Golf or in the pit, I think we should be more thoughtful about looking at where sound comes from and talking about the monitors, right? So one of the things that I think about is the north monitor, which is there largely to protect Greendale, which is great. That's a very difficult hurdle. We've never had a 55. So what I'd like to, and I think like all of this is somewhat connected, and I think we're chasing this 55 in a way that isn't really fair or appropriate for any events, whether it's this one or RWB or whatever. RWB, in my opinion, it was brought up. That was a clerical issue. It was never voted on for 55. And I understand, and I also understand the residents' frustration with it, right? Because that's what the permit says. And I also understand that we had the permit, we never looked at it. So I think we all agreed, and Courtney and I met this week. We all agreed to meet again on both the Umbrella Bar concert series and other events at a certain point. And I think that's why this is on the agenda, if I'm not right. I think that was actually in the meeting minutes.
Yeah, that was at that very long, late meeting. I think it was brought back, and it never was brought back. So that is why it is brought back tonight.
Right, and I think that's just an important point when residents are out there. Why are you pandering to the rock? That's not actually, it's in the minutes, if I recall, that we would come back, and now that we've operated for the last 3 months, and we'd have a meaningful conversation about what we've learned and what's the right measurement stick.
I would also add that if you take a look at the monitors now that the city has them and on their website, we are hovering around 55 all day long during the afternoon when nothing's going on. So how can the city expect that when you turn on the stadium or you turn on the Umbrella Bar or you turn on HHE that we're not going to go above 55? I mean, you have to go back and look at history. I mean, when I vote on things as an elected official for my whole career, I vote on facts, not accusations, not complaints, but the actual facts. And the fact is, this city spent over $30 million in infrastructure to create an entertainment district, all right, knowing there was going to be baseball and concerts. I mean, this was months and months and years of approvals. And to implement a 55 decibel level, years after we've been operating, and then muzzling the sound, it's caused some of these issues. I mean, you heard from Van. I mean, has anybody up here read the social media posts from fans and residents that have company events here saying we can't hear anything? Have any of the elected officials on a summer concert series actually gone on Hawthorne at 9 o'clock at night and listened? I know some have, but have all of you gone there and listened to what it sounds like? Or on HHE? I mean, like I said, 17 complaints, 14 are even from the community you represent. Have you gone there? If you know where the pit is, and I know some of you have been at HHE, and that's what we're here for today, HHE in the summer concert. We have one concert left,
And I think we're here for Enchant as well.
Yeah, Enchant as well, which I don't think had any complaints last year. But if you go into the pit, the sound would have to travel down by the Root River, up over the ski hill, and drop in the backyard of Hawthorne. You don't hear it. That's why for years there were no complaints. But when the media and social media takes over and starts stirring the pot, people want to complain. I mean, are we up here talking about residents on our property trespassing, trying to film things going on last year during HHE? I don't think we're up here saying that. I'm saying it now. So the 55, we're at 55 right now with not a baseball game going on, not a concert going on, not HHE. And so are we in violation doing nothing? So I think that needs to be taken a look at.
Alderman Day, then Alderman Eichman.
I still.
I thought you yielded. I'm sorry. Mr. Barber still has the floor, then Alderman Day.
I understand that there are exceptions to everything. When the sound leaves there and comes over the quarry and hits 60th and Drexel on a full Sunday going into the evening, and I'm listening to it, I know that that's a violation. And this has happened twice now, this summer. And so you're coming and asking us to change things and can't control what we have. And that to me is bothersome as an alderman.
So, Alderman, with all due respect, I think that's part of the not every event is So we're here to talk about a number of things, right? What's on the agenda is Hill Has Eyes. So the example that you brought up, there is zero record of that. It's a false statement relevant to Hill Has Eyes.
One record is saying my wife and I heard it.
From Hill Has Eyes.
No, from.
So that we're talking about Hill Has Eyes, right? And
That's all we're talking about. Yes.
well, that's what's on the agenda.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good argument, and I think that's part of the problem is we try to put this big blanket over everything that the Rock does, and we're one of the largest investors in the city, and if we get one event wrong or it's a new event, which was Phase Fest, I totally agree with you on Phase Fest that I think that's Sunday. There something went awry.
There's two events.
Well, Taco Tequila was great.
What about the Sunday?
Well, the RWB, these are all separate issues. That was our very first, and again, that's I
Hold on one second.
I agree. Yes, go ahead.
Second. So, Mr. Barber, so you're referring to the first one, which the first problem, so to speak, where there was a citation issue was from Face Fest. And the second one was for Red, White, and Brew. So citations have been issued.
Sure.
They are in the process of being reviewed. So there is a process for that, but we are right now just on Hills Have Eyes.
Okay, can I focus? Come back. Focus on it. Would you be comfortable saying motion to approve the established sound decibel at 55 for the Hill Has Eyes as a special event?
It's already approved at that.
Okay, well, there's a blank here on the.
But we already have, so it's already approved at 55. And what we're saying is, thank you. What?
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah. So, but what we're saying is 55 at the North Monitor. It is the same exact thing that I said on RWB, which in my opinion was a clerical mistake. We will not be able to put this event on at 55. Did I or did I not say that?
Yes.
So Hill Has Eyes at the North Monitor is the same. It's the same argument. We're going to deploy critical resource PD. This is gonna become a big political issue. And while it might seem simple, just 55 everywhere because that's what the ordinance is, it's just not enough. We need to spend more time talking about what's realistic. And Hill Has Eyes is never, we just can't hit 55 at the North Monitor. And I know you guys, I know it's 2 a.m., you're tired. I get all that. But I have a business to run too. And I'm not asking for the world, but I am asking for, reasonable, a reasonable debate as somebody that successfully has run a haunt for 13 years. The 55 decibel is it's a brand new ordinance. It's a brand new rule for me.
Okay, so, Mr. Barber, you're yielding for now. So one of the things that we have to, and Mr. Martinez, I'm gonna put you on the spot in a minute, so I'm gonna talk for a second while you get comfortable and get up here and get a microphone. So one of the things that you just mentioned was it's 55. So we know the city ordinance is 55. We realize that. And where we're going at with this is what was it run last year under? Okay? So last year, it says the decibel level last year, which was used by the planning department, was the standard 79 dBA for daytime before 10 p.m. and 74 dBA for nighttime after 10 p.m. for these 10 events that took place. So, Mr. Martinez, if you'd like to make comment on it now that I've kind of led you into this.
Correct. Yeah, that statement is correct. That's the standard that we use to review noise complaints last year. So this year, doing a review of the municipal code and the ordinance, what it says is that the underlying zoning districts for the planned development district where the ROC is located is the P1, which has a sound level of 55 decibels for both daytime and nighttime. So, however, the municipal code says that for events that receive a permit, it allows for a sound level between 70 and 79 with a permit, or even higher than that with a variance approved by the council. So when we received this permit back in April, then we provided the comments that basically the council has two options. One is the 55 decibels, or it can approve up to 79 decibels with the permit.
Thank you, and that's what it operated on last year. So, Mr. Barber, do you yield? So we're gonna go to Alderman Day? Okay, Alderman Day.
Thank you. I have a few points. As County Supervisor Taylor mentioned, it's been a few years, but I have spent quite a bit of time at this particular event, both before it was moved down into the quote pit area and afterward. So I will say that the movement of putting all of the haunts and trails into the pit did dramatically, in my opinion, improve the noise issues that were happening for some of the residents. I think there has to be a little bit of a give and take here on both sides. I understand that you have agreed to not have the train horn this year, which I think is great because it does appear that that was the crux of one of the violations of last year. So I've just a couple of questions. I don't need direct answers right now, but just some thoughts that I had as I was kind of looking over this and thinking back on the event and my experiences there. I believe it's at the end of Trail 1. You have an individual that's sort of hiding in and chases people out at the end. And they generally have a chainsaw kind of revving and whatnot. And a question that I have is, I know in years past that has been one of the complaints, not necessarily that it tripped the sound level, but that the complaint was hearing this chainsaw constantly revving. And so the question is there a way that this individual could not have a chainsaw? Could they run out with an axe? Could they make themselves a Lucille and run around?
A what?
It's a Walking Dead reference, I'm sorry. A Lucille.
See, Van knew what you're talking about, but I didn't.
Yes, because I think the scary part of the end of that haunt is the fact that they're being chased by somebody that's hiding, not necessarily that they're holding a chainsaw without a chain. other things that I thought of, you mentioned that the music was going to shut down at midnight, hard stop music ending at midnight. Could we also say like hard stop of that is when the last group goes through? You know, if the last group, if you're saying the last group enters at 11:50, can the music then stop too? And the PA system stop at that point? Can we just stop the projection piece? That, again, my experience is the haunts themselves do not generate a lot of the extraneous noise that people are hearing. It's the PA system, it's the music, it's the chainsaw, it's the train horn, it's those extra things that may not necessarily be needed. And then also with that being said, I think the 55 is fine for 2 of the 3 monitors. It's that third one where there's a problem. And what I'm going back and forth with is whether or not it's something that we should change in a way that increases the decibel limit, or if you leave it at 55 and have one of those average things injected into it, which came to my brain at license committee for your other event, where part of the sound piece that is being asked upon with that application is to have an average over time to kind of mitigate those peaks that might happen. Because taking away some of the extraneous, really loud, quick bursts of noise, I think will eliminate a lot of the variance issues that you might have at that north monitor.
Alderwoman Day, so a lot to unpack there. So first off, the comment on the first trail, we've totally redesigned that. That trail now is on the other side. There's no chainsaw guy running anymore.
No chainsaw anymore.
There's chainsaws, but not in that.
Not in the context.
Not in the context. Yeah, it's not in that context anymore. What character that's a slippery slope. I would suggest government stay in government. Let us be artists. Let us do our business. You know, I appreciate that. I think what we need to focus on are what's the measurement stick for everybody's sanity. Whether that's, a chainsaw, I don't want to get into into a debate with government on how I should run my business and the artistry around that. The other thing that I would say in terms of, I agree with you on monitor, what you're referring to is the 4th monitor. I think that's the one that I know we just won't be able to hit 55. The issue there is not, I don't think so much the ambient trail noise, even the chainsaw. That's our DJ booth is right there. I don't know where that idles. I know it's not at 55. I know it's also not at 79. So I think, and again, I'll lean with you, but and the other thing that actually frustrates me extremely is the change in process. Historically, for the last, been in business 14 years, this issue has been a planning department issue, right? In other words, if we trip up
Went to planning, you are correct.
Yep, that's how it's always been. And now all of a sudden, there was either, I don't know if it was a recommendation by Kelly or where it came from. It doesn't necessarily matter, but we had 0 notification that now we have to go to court to make our case on what is clearly a political issue. And again, we could do pros and cons on that, but the ultimate hammer is not sending me to the court, giving me a financial penalty. It's what happened, and then how will that be considered in next year's application? Again, it's your issue. I just don't appreciate not knowing about that. All of a sudden, I've got to be in court now over these issues. It's just kind of bad form in my opinion. But that's neither here nor there. I would argue inconsistencies, and I'm going to argue that with a really good attorney, and I think I have a great case on that. But what we're all trying to chase is balance, right? And I think the pendulum has swung such the other way to where customers are impacted. And while it might be, easy to just say 55. There is way more thought that needs to go into all of this. And we have the same thing with the umbrella bar. Like Van is out there monitoring, and we have, I think, 2 violations where we trip 55 for like, I don't know. I don't really know the detail in there, but it's very short. And it could be wind, it could be a lot of different things. But it's the same house speed, it's the same system, it's the same, it's all the, it's the sound check. We all agreed to the sound check, and that now has lost zero meaning, because why do a sound check if it's all going to be just about 55? So I don't think any event in this city, should be at 55 in my opinion. And we all agreed to come back and talk about it, and that's what we're doing here. So I would like for consideration on the North Monitor. Doesn't need to be 79, but there's no way to hit 55 and pull this event out.
And I don't know if we've just interject for a minute here, and then Alderwoman Eichman, is that my big concern is the West Monitor, and how that affects our residents, how that affects our members of the community, and where does that noise travel? And if it's right now, because again, last year, I want to state this, that it was granted as a extraordinary event with 79 dBA, and that's how that was. And I'm looking at what types of complaints we get on the west end, that monitor. And then I know we and I talked about it, but it's been months ago that we discussed, did it broach that? Did it broach that part of it? And was that something, I know the North Monitor is going to go up. Everybody knows that's going to, that's where you're operating. I mean, you're operating in that pit. It's going to have an impact on North Monitor. And that's the reality of this. But the other reality is how it operated last year, and what was the decibel level last year, and what was that locked in at, and the type of complaints we got, and how that worked. But I just don't have that in front of me as far as what that portion on the West Monitor was that has a direct impact on our citizens. Mr. Taylor.
So, Mayor, I think there was a sound check, right, for the milkmen. And when that took place, I think you were there. I was not there, but I understand it was you. I think an alderman was there, the neighbors, and some people from our organization. Mike Atkins was there as well. And I believe when they were testing, and the neighbors like, this is much better. This is way better than last year. This is great. And I don't think there's been really any complaints during the season. There was maybe a couple, and some would actually contact Chris Conley, Mike Atkins, and they would make adjustments immediately, frankly, once they got the text or the phone call. But when the sound check was done, it was in the low 60s, which is above the 55, saying, this is way better. But technically, we would then be operating in violation in the low 60s, which the neighbors were okay with. So we know that we're at 55 or right around there all the time. Mike has said that you cannot pull this off at 55.
On the North Monitor.
On the North Monitor. I mean, Alderman Day, the train horn, let me tell you, that first night, I was there. I don't have to volunteer. I like volunteering and putting in my time these 10 nights. I heard that horn, and all of a sudden, like, what is this? This is annoying for me, and I'm going to be here for how many hours? I remember texting Mike. He didn't see it right away. I ended up looking on my cell phone, and I opened up Facebook, and I saw that people in Greendale complaining about it. So then I called Mike, and he said, yeah, this is not good. I'm going to get this thing shut off. I think the police department came up there. That was it. Night one. The next 9 nights did not happen because we knew that was annoying. So we acted right away. But I'm just going to say this. $30 million, over $30 million, once again, the city invested in the entertainment district. If we knew now that this is what the city would have done, what it's trying to do at 55, would you have put in,
No.
$100 million? Hell no. And that's where we're at. Like, this is changing the rules into the game. And it's been difficult to do. And Van, if he wants to speak more of the quality of the entertainment, was awful. Not the entertainment itself, but the fan. I mean, I run a nonprofit. I have kids with cancer. I have adults with Alzheimer's. We have a young kid in Greendale that has diabetes, all right? They're doing first pitches. They're being interviewed. You can't hear a thing. You have veterans. We had, 45 veterans on this year. You can't hear anything. The national anthem, you can't hear it because we're trying to stay at 55. That's embarrassing, frankly. We had the fireworks embarrassment. Now the national anthem, embarrassing.
Thank you. Alderwoman Day, you still have the floor.
Thank you. And I appreciate all of that, Mr. Taylor. It's just, we're not on Milkman right now. So, and I appreciate your comments, Mr. Zimmerman. As I said, I'm not going to make that a condition of anything. I'm just throwing out suggestions of things that I know I've read, seen, heard people talk about in the past that has caused complaints. Not that they tripped a particular sound decibel level, but things that have irritated the neighbors and just things to consider that could maybe help, some of the relations going on and going forward. Again, I'll go back to, I don't know that we need to change the decibel level at all of the monitors. I think what we're looking at right now is that north monitor and trying to decide what it is that is reasonable for everybody at that location to make your event doable, that does not impact those residents. And while I admit they don't live in Franklin, that doesn't matter as much because we still have to be good neighbors. I mean, if it was Oak Creek, in some business in Oak Creek was blasting out, the people across the road in Franklin, we would want Oak Creek to do something about it, if it was reversed. So I don't want to play them off as that they're not relevant because they're not Franklin residents. We still have to try to be as good neighbors as possible. So trying to find some sort of balance here, and that's why I brought up the, is it possible to bring into for the council to consider, again, not looking to make a motion, not looking for answers right now, but thinking about instead of a hard number, considering a hard number with some sort of average set in so that if there is some sort of peak that happens, it's not, instantaneous, that there's a period of time where there can be corrective action taken or something that allows you to course correct if things are getting too loud, but also isn't going to penalize you if somebody just screams bloody murder, for a couple of seconds and it triggers something. So with that, I'll yield.
Alderman Eichman, then Alderman Picarelli.
Thank you, Mayor. What I wanted to say earlier, and you've now repeated part of it a few times, for those that up here that have may missed it on our council action sheet, and for those in our audience, and for those listening at home, if we go down to the 5th sentence on our council action sheet, which is provided and we are responsible for reading, it states the decibel level last year, which was used by the planning department, was standard 79 dBA for daytime, in parentheses, before 10 p.m., and 74 dBA for nighttime after 10 p.m. Last year, this is what it was. It was never 55. So we're going from 79 and 74 down to 55. And the developer is telling us that that is not doable, it's not operable. We all want to work together. We want to work together with the developer. We want to have empathy for the neighbors that have to listen to this. There has to be some type of happy middle grounds that we can at least somewhat come to. Not everyone's always going to be happy. It's hard being a planned development district placed in the middle of a residential area. We need to work around it. I would propose that we would, by staying on the council action sheet, because we could be here all evening discussing everything all night long, the motion is to approve an established sound decibel. Would you be comfortable operating at, say, a 65, not going up to the 79 with consideration of the neighbors? 79 does seem a little bit extreme for the residents that live around that property. Could you operate comfortably, do you feel, at a 65?
Not having the data in front of me, I would say I don't know, but I think so, right? Like I think we can, as long as we have a correction period, I think that's important. If I can get the 65 in a correction period, our PDD, the one thing that it's very clear on is a 30-minute correction period. Maybe it's 10. I don't know. You guys tell me. By the time we get our warning, or notice, maybe a neighbor calls us, there's a period of time to adjust that. Because it could be a lot of different things. You know, it could be van monkeying around, or it could be, you know, who knows what it is. So if I can get that, then I think we could, you know, I think that'd be fine.
With the understanding, Mike.
And we're talking about the north monitor. Is that, Michelle, your recommendation, just so I'm clear?
For the entire event.
No.
No, you're
there's-
talking about just the north monitor?
Yes, and if you could, we'll discuss this a little bit more. You've got the floor, but I would prefer if you didn't make a motion until after Mr.
Oh,
Kirkland
I'm not
spoke,
making the motion.
And then, okay, well, you were talking, I thought you were.
Well, I was asking the developer if that would be an acceptable DBA to run at for discussion. I lost my train of thought, the interruption of what I was going to ask you next.
Sorry.
That's
Sorry.
okay.
Sorry
A
to
lot on my
get
mind
you
with
off your-
this. That's okay.
I know.
I
know I can't stop. Go ahead, you've got the
Right?
floor, Alderwoman.
Okay, so with that, for now, I'll yield, but I just wanted to ask the developer if that would be tolerable. What I did want to state, though, however, in all fairness, because we are here, our jobs are, of course, to represent the residents of Franklin, as well as the developers in Franklin. It will be a clear understanding, whatever we settle on is what we settle on. There's going to be no he said, she said. There's going to be no miscommunication on our part as well as your part. So we're all in a clear understanding of what the limit is set, and the violations that may go over that. I mean, what we set is what we set. So that's why I'm asking, you know, is 65 doable?
Yeah, I think
Because we don't want to see you go over. I'd rather see you give your money to donations to the Franklin Police Department versus citations. So, you know, I'd like to come up with something that is fair and reasonable, which also thinking of the neighbors, which is why I do not think that 79 would be tolerable. And with that, I'll yield.
Alderman Picarelli, then Madam Director of Administration.
Yeah, so one of mine would probably has to wait until we get to the motion part, so I'll wait on that. I guess my second question then becomes, obviously the decibels situation has been going on for a while. Outside of turning the monitors and things that have been done, I'll call it turn the volume down, has there been anything else done from sound absorption or anything that's been looked at to try to mitigate this like longer term, as opposed to each individual one trying to deal with them individually?
There's been Alderman, there's been a lot of work. There's a sound, I don't know if you've read the county sound study. There's some things in there I think that they recommend that maybe we don't necessarily agree with. This thing has been beaten to death. I think there's a lot of ideas. I think there's, again, depending on what we're talking about. If we're just talking about Hill Has Eyes,
that's it.
Like Hill Has Eyes has, I think, one violation over 13 years. So, and we've done a lot. So,
Madam Director of Administration.
Thank you. I did just want to respond to Mr. Zimmerman's comment about changes. The only changes that had occurred is that there was a review of what our ordinances were or are and have been for decades, and putting those into focus. In terms of the sound decibel limit, that is always up to the council to make that decision, in particular when it is a permitted event.
now the fact that it goes to the police department, you're saying that was a council action item?
No, I'm saying that that's a process in our municipal code for violations for sound. You're saying that there is a change, and I'm saying there was no change. I didn't change any policies. I didn't change any ordinances. What I brought forward was highlighting this is what we're supposed to be following. This is the process.
No, I'm talking about enforcement. I'm talking about, and again, we could debate this, but the enforcement of permits has always been since we've been in business in this city, has always come out of the planning department. That process, which is political, is now in the hands of police. very unfortunate. And I think it's, I'm a resident. I live 4 blocks away. In my opinion, it's such a bad use of resource. So that has changed, and I don't know where that came from.
That's in our ordinances. So I mean, if there is
Enforcement is not
municipal code, it's in our municipal code.
So we've been
And-
violating. So then the city has been running it the wrong way for the last 13 years.
Well, this is why we brought this forward. What was it, like last year? That we highlighted this. We talked about this is what we should be doing. It's what it is. I mean, we can go ahead and change things. This is the body that would change those things. I cannot, and I'm just saying right here to set the record straight. I didn't change any policies. I'm trying to enforce what actually is in existence until it ends up changing.
And I hope you can appreciate as a business owner that's operated for 13 years that when a process changes, that's it's different, and especially when we're not putting in there's some science here when we're not putting in when we're doing decisions at 2 a.m. to have to deal with the police department and now the judge. It's not great this is just the business owner point of view. It's not consistent, and it certainly isn't, in my opinion, a good use of city resource.
Well, I just wanted to say I can appreciate that I'm working with what we have.
And I was going to say, I think I appreciate both sides on this, because if I recall, this was the article, there was an article written about this, how it basically said the city had been doing things for years and not doing it the correct way.
Well,
And it could have been the former administration that that kind of changed policies at some point on how things were enforced and who was enforcing what. And I think, if I recall, Director of Administration spent a lot of time looking at what has been going on and how it needed to change, and notified the council. And I think you guys said, this is how we're going to do it. So I understand like getting it done right, but as Mike was saying, is like all of a sudden it changed, and it's been a challenge, and some can argue a waste of certain resources. And I think Kelly's right that at some point, and I think when we had meetings about how the licensing process changed and the timeline, what you were asking, we may all realize that the council needs to make ordinance changes or policy changes, because this new way of doing things, which should have been going on for a decade, may not work the way it was written, because times have changed. The 55 decibel was set when this was a farm town. It's not a farm town anymore.
Many decades.
Okay. And so, like we said, when you're hovering at 55 being closed, how can you expect a business that brings over 2 million people a year annually to this city to operate under those standards? It makes zero sense.
I just wanted to put a cap on this. The municipal code has been in effect since 1998, I think, right? Whenever it was revised, most recent.
Well, current. But municipal code since creation, 1996?
Right, but I mean, the last time something was a revamp of it. My point is, I didn't recreate any rules. I didn't pull anything from midair. I pulled it from our municipal code. I pulled it from the UDO, and I said, this is how this is supposed to be handled. We talked about this, we discussed, we agreed that was what we were going to do, was enforce what had not been enforced. I can't speak to anybody that was before me. And I can say, yes, it's unfortunate for everybody involved that things have not been done how they were supposed to be done. We are trying to correct that, right or wrong. We are trying to make this a situation where the community's needs and your needs are balanced. And ultimately, though, we have the framework. We have to work within the framework, which is the municipal code and the UDO, which was last rewritten, I don't even know how long ago. So there's opportunities, obviously, to change these ordinances. That's not been done yet. And what I'm trying to say is, we've been trying to right the ship and do what we're supposed to be doing.
And again, my issue is not code. While I have a separate debate on the 55, it's the enforcement. And under this same exact administration, it was a different process.
Okay, I'm going to close this out real simple. Whenever there's a city ordinance violation, the police should be handling it. That's the whole problem is well, it is. When there's an ordinance, no matter what the ordinance is, that's how it, why it went to planning and went downstairs to die or get revamped or whatever. And thank you, I'm well aware, he's to my left. And so that's why that should be, and that's how that's done. That's how it's done. Then there's a process. Then it goes to the judge and it gets either kicked, reduced, enforced, whichever. Mr. City Attorney, then Alderwoman Day.
Mr. Martinez Montalva, when planning was administering the process for complaints, ultimately, the complaint has to end up in court anyway, correct?
Correct.
And was part of the planning review process to at some point refer to the police department to issue the citation, or did planning issue the citations?
Before the recent policy this year, it was planning that was issuing the notice of violation.
Previously.
Right, previously.
And with regard to the current process, all that's changed is the police department is doing the review and then ultimately issuing. So ultimately, it's police staff or planning staff
Depending on,
doing the same thing.
right, well, and also it's police staff are dealing with any permitted event. So they are the enforcement arm of the community, not a planner that's here Monday through Friday. And the planning department does review citations that come before us, or violations and complaints, but ultimately it doesn't, they're not the enforcement
Okay.
for the city.
So am I going, so the lawn, I have the lawn I think was a little long, and we got a notice from you that we had to cut it. The police didn't show up for that. It's a UDO, it's a violation. There's just inconsistencies here, and I'm saying as a business owner, let's just communicate that to us. I think that would be great. Second, as a resident, to have the police department flagging down fences, lawn, this is the resident hat. I don't get it.
Well, okay, hold on a minute. The police department doing what with lawns?
I'm in violation on. It's the same. It's an example of a.
Police aren't doing it. That's going to weed commissioner.
I agree.
One.
The same, but it's a violation. That's my point.
It's an ordinance. When we're talking about noise ordinance is defined and a decibel limit is set. That's what they're there to enforce. And
Right.
that's it. I don't want to beat this anymore. So, Mr. City Attorney, then Alderwoman Day, then Alderwoman Eichman.
Regard to the prior process, did not the police staff be at the site when there was a complaint? As while your department was nonetheless overall processing violations?
With the previous process, planning and staff reviewed the noise monitors. We didn't go.
Nobody went to the site?
Not from planning.
Well, police department were going there, correct?
No.
Well, I can, just state that the reason why the police department's involved in those complaints is because in the municipal code, the noise violations fall under nuisance. And that falls under the arm of the police department.
Just want to mention that maybe some of the confusion came because noise is regulated by the municipal code and also by the Unified Development Ordinance. So in the municipal code states that the department is the police department, and the UDO established that the department is planning department. So
I get it. Sounds like we're following our rules now then.
Alderwoman Day, then Alderman Barber, then back to Alderwoman Eichman.
Thank you. This is, just be real quick, this is actually for the Director of IT. You had mentioned during your public comment period that there was a point of time where one of the monitors was offline due to low battery, and your concern about the solar power, given that this event happens largely at night. And my question / concern, given your presentation this evening and the staffing limitations that your department has with all of the other things that you're doing, how, in your opinion, is the best way for us to monitor that these sound monitors are functioning at their best capacity, given we're going to be setting whatever limit tonight for these events, and knowing that people are going to be watching those monitors regardless of what level we set at, we need them to be functioning and working. So kind of looking to you for any additional direction that may be needed to give in any sort of motion or direction to anyone else to ensure that they're working correctly.
Normally before an event, they do a sound calibration to make sure that the recording device is actually recording correctly for it. I would ask that during that calibration test, they also turn around and check the voltage on the batteries to make sure that the batteries are actually fresh, and that I don't know how it would be done, but they'll also make sure that the solar panels are actually effectively charging the battery. It's the only thing you can do, because there's no check other than during a calibration that the device is actually running at full power.
Okay.
And that all sound monitors are also set at a shutoff value of 10.8 volts, which is the default, not set at 12, because if it goes to 12, that's too high of a voltage, that you need to have 10.8 volts in the battery, and that would be the shutoff point.
Okay. Thank you. That is helpful for any potential motion that is made. Thank you.
Alderwoman, to be clear, those are your monitors now, though?
I know.
Okay.
No, they are not.
Well, they are the responsibility of the city.
You own them, and the city does. I believe at one time was the health department. The city is not
Right.
responsible.
You can get them that, please.
Thank you. You own the equipment. The city does not own the equipment. And you perform the calibrations for them. I believe at one point was the health department that actually confirmed the calibration. Maybe it's the planning department that confirms the calibration for it. But the actual calibration event, normally done by Mike Atkins, but when the devices are actually calibrated, we don't send any of the city employees out, or the city that does not send a contractor out to do it. That is the responsibility of the person who owns the equipment to make sure that they're actually calibrated. And then you give the results of that calibration test to the city.
Then we need to shore up our agreement, because it is our understanding that we turned those monitors over to the city because the city wanted to control it. They wanted it on their website. We also have a agreement, maybe documented or undocumented, that we will pay for that activity. So I hear you. I just think then we need to really shore that agreement on, because we're of the impression that these are now, when it comes to those things, we're responsible for the payment of that. But in terms of the coordination, the management,
And the implementation.
and the implementation, like, that's on you guys.
Okay,
that was the agreement.
We'll have to figure that out quick. Alderman Day, you still have the floor. Okay, we're going to be fluid here. We're going to go to Mr. Barber, then back to Alderman Eichmann.
Okay, considering the fact that we are talking about, and the Hills has eyes, we've talked about a number of things where we could keep the monitors at 55, except for the north monitor, which would cause for some adjustment. I'd suggest to be 60, 65, but I'd also like to have that monitored and reviewed to see exactly what the levels are going to be at that north monitor. I don't think us know that at this point, especially for this event. It might not be even a problem, given the fact of all the things you've done to correct the situation. And as you go along, making some corrections and adjustments and tweaking. But at this point, I'd like to see the motion say 55 for the monitors except for the north monitor, and that will be monitored for effect what the actual numbers would be.
Thank you.
Again, the motion to approve the established sound decibel at 55 for the monitors with the exception of the north monitor. And that would be set at either the 60 or 65, whichever. I'm not sure the proximity of the north monitor to the north residence as opposed to the other monitors to the residents on Hawthorne. That's a consideration as well in terms of distance and the lot lines that would be affected. So that would be a motion that I'd move forward. And setting it at the 60 limit for the north.
That's not what we talked about. I mean, she asked how I felt about 65. I gave my response, and here we are again.
If we could hold on the motion, if you wouldn't mind,
I'm
until.
looking at this last thing, and we've got other things to go with.
Well-
We're just going to beat it.
No, if we're gonna, I'm gonna be bringing this back. The cats will all be coming like this in a minute. So we're gonna go with Alderman Eichman, then back to Alderman Craig. And then I've got a thought. What?
Nobody seconded.
There was no second, so we're gonna go back to Robert's Rules of Orders. Michelle? And back to Jason.
Okay, thank you. So just for clarification, whether the city attorney answers this, the mayor, city administrator, when there is an extraordinary event or entertainment special event permit pulled, that is aside of what the city ordinance is because it is an extraordinary event, special event, entertainment event, whatever verbiage is on the application that wants to be used. Who's the main body that then sets the policy of the decibel level? It was, to my understanding, it was the council.
You are. So for any permit of an extraordinary event, our ordinances allow up to 79 decibels, and the council has been deciding, because the council has the authority to decide what that decibel limit is, and you can do it per event.
Thank you. And
But I do want to say standardly, and we've talked about this, the zoning, the underlying zoning of the district is automatically 55. So you don't have to, if you're going to keep it at the current decibel level, then it probably doesn't really need to be discussed because it's not, you're not making an exception for the event.
But in fairness, you guys haven't asked for decibels up until late, correct?
This year.
I mean,
Correct.
Been this year, yeah.
Without
well,
knowing.
prior to HHE, like there's not even a place on the application. Just regular. I think the enchant was the first from our experience when you started to ask questions on decibels. It's great. I love it, and I think there's a modification coming to the application process, but it's never been asked before. So
You still have the floor, Alderman Eichman.
so, city administrator, thank you. With that being stated, so for every extraordinary event, council has the policy to change the DBA from event to event, developer to developer, what we feel meets the needs of the developer as well as the residents' best interests at hand as well. Is that correct?
Correct, but you are also confined to 79 or under. So you can't just change it to whatever you want. But yes, the council is the deciding body at all times on any of these events.
Okay, just wanted that for clarification purposes for everyone. That'll yield. Thank you.
Alderman Craig.
You mentioned before that you cannot operate HHE at 55. Alderwoman Eichman asked, well, what do you feel about, what would you say would be the decibel level that you would feel that I can run my business at this sound level?
I would say 79, but I think 65 is a good olive branch for both parties.
Okay. And then one of the other questions, excuse me, that I just, it's been bandied about, but there hasn't been like a real solidification of it, but a hard cutoff time. I know that we have hard cutoff times for sales ending. We have a hard cutoff time for the DJ booth to end, and the hard cutoff for the last group to enter, right? And you've mentioned, you said that it's a fluid sort of situation as far as how long it takes someone start to finish. It's not, it's not like like a hockey game where, okay, third period, we know how long that's going to be. That isn't. what would it take to establish a hard cutoff time for the event? Where everything,
I guess we would, we'd have to, we've never done a hard cutoff time. I would then, are you asking to modify that component of the?
I'm just asking right now because there's nothing that's on the council action sheet. So this isn't even something that's going to be, that even could be introduced because it
Right.
hasn't been noticed properly. But it's a question mark of, okay, well, moving forward, and that's,
Sure.
I think, where a lot of this is going towards is what do we do, tonight, moving forward to 25, 26, so on and so forth, that being able to say, we can say that, at X time, lights are shut down, all amplification is done, pull back the rubber mask and, say goodnight kind of deal.
Sure.
What would that sort of look like? Is that something that could even be possible for the event?
Yeah, I think anything's possible. I guess I would parlay it with the umbrella bar. Then I would, and again, not tonight, but I'd like to get back to you for next year. I think I'd come back and say 2 a.m. is what I would say by the time everybody's out.
Okay, thank you.
Well, okay, so to look at what's, again, and Alderman Eichmann stated it, I've read it a few times, it's been read. Last year, it was 79. Now, this year, we're coming back and looking at 55, so what's fair and reasonable? And I think if I'm sitting in D6 where I was for 6 years, you threw out 65. Do you think West Monitor, is it easier to just go 65 all the way through? Or West Monitor 60, North Monitor 70? Is that?
It's easier for us to just do all the way through.
As in one set?
It'd be easier for us. If there's a negotiation that needs to happen, I would come down on the west and east monitors.
Because that's where, I'm just recommending this to council. It's going to be your decision shortly here, real short order, hopefully. But if you're saying right now you can go 65 across the board.
With a 10-minute correction period.
10-minute?
5-minute?
Just according to the agreement, is 30 minutes, the correction period.
Okay, I'll take the 30-minute correction period.
Well, so with that said, it went 10, 5, 30. Why don't we, and then of course, well,
It's the agreement, yeah.
it's the current agreement, so we're trying to get to something here, and I think it should be something, less than 5, in my opinion. But, Mr. City Attorney?
Once we're notified, could be notified.
Right.
One point is, with regard to this discussion, the objectives that are being stated are within the scope of the Unified Development Ordinance and the Municipal Code, as well as the Planned Development District Ordinance. And there's a resolution going on, and the numbers that are potential for approval are being reduced. And all things stated this evening, now night, at this meeting, perhaps the solution is set the decibel limit at 65 for the north monitor, and then at 60 for the east and west monitor, and also go with the 10-minute correction period that was mentioned.
But you mentioned going 65 all the way through.
I'm good. I'm here to.
Be the ones that decide.
Well.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fair. I like that.
We're getting obviously there with the city attorney.
That's fair.
So
that's fair, and I think it's realistic.
Okay.
Always try and do common sense.
All right, Mr. City Attorney, still have the floor?
No, it's done.
Well,
Mr. Zimmerman concurs with the thought.
okay, Alderwoman Eichmann, what are your
But
thoughts?
it's the body of the common council that makes this ultimate decision. And what I want to ask, not being a specialist in sound engineering, what makes it easiest all the way around? Not for, excuse me, Mike, but not just for the developer, but for the Franklin Police Department. So an officer receives a call from dispatch. Does he have to now figure out, okay, it's the north monitor, it can be 65, it's the east monitor, it can be 70. I'd like uniformity throughout to make it an easy process for everyone.
Well, can I just say this, that I think one of the complaints that's going to go before the municipal judge, you're going to see that it's a bird chirping is the violation, a bird chirping. And if you actually listen to the sound, you hear, and it's funny because it says there's descriptions of what the sound system thinks it is. It says gunshots, and yet someone locking their car door. I mean, you can actually hear pings of a baseball bat, and those are over 55. I mean, I do know that when the sound we're not talking about milkmen, there was a dog yapping it was louder than what the sound of the stadium was. So like literally one of the three cases that are going to go before the judge, whichever judge it is a bird sitting on the monitor chirping. So I agree that if you have a 60 and a 60, which one are they looking at? Clearly, I don't know if the police department listened or they just saw that there was a spike and then issued the citation. Because if they don't listen, they've been like, no, this is a bird. That will come out, in the future. But I think if it's uniform, and plus do we really know? I mean, do we have the data from last year that says what it was on the west?
That's what I talked about.
Yeah, I don't
5 minutes
know.
ago.
Right, exactly. So I mean, and I go back to if it's 55 right now, probably with nothing going on, you can't believe that people going to their cars and car doors shutting and all those things, we're not going to get a complaint saying I hear noise. So I would think uniform would be the easiest, and we can address this because I think what Alderman Craig brought up, I mean, those are things that can be looked at. Like Mike said, the umbrella bar is open at 2, so there you go.
Alderman, you still have the floor.
Thank you. Can there be clarification and explanation so we're all on the same page, us as council, the residents, where it can hold at 65 for 10 minutes? Does that mean 10 minutes straight? The noise level can be at 65? And why would you want to risk going that high to 65 and 66 is going to put you over? So why would you want to teeter-totter at 65 for 10 minutes? Or what am I missing or what am I not understanding on that? So that's a correction period. So you have 10 minutes. So if it hits 65, you have 10 minutes. 66, you have 10 minutes to correct that back down to 65? Or I'm just looking for clarification so we're all on the same page.
Well, your estimation, I'm going to have to.
I don't know. We're at 30 right now. You guys tell me what to do. We'll truly do our best to do it. I don't know. Yeah, it's a period to correct the problem.
And what's the process? So somebody calls from Hawthorne, and because that's where majority of the Franklin ones are from, because Greendale is Greendale. So how do you deal with the Greendale complaints? So let's think about that for a second. I love Greendale. Greendale's a great community. Got people I care about in Greendale. Got friends in Greendale. Greater good. So what happens is you literally have a complaint comes in, and so that to the police department, do they go to the monitor? Do they look to see what it is, and then they get in their car and then they drive to the rock, and they contact someone and say, hey, we got a complaint. So we have access. I don't have access to it, but there's people in our organization have access. So they can see what it is. Then they contact Van. I mean, it takes a few minutes to solve the problem. I think at the end of the day, if there's a complaint, you want the problem solved. All right. And so then, because that happened during the milkman season, I know we're not talking about milkmen, but when certain individuals reached out to Mike Atkins or Chris Conley, who have been before you more times than they want to, I can tell you, when that happens, they adjust the sound system. They adjusted. So, and that's what I think you want. So you want to put a system in place that allows for a correction, because at the end of the day, if we make that correction, then they're going to be happy. And that's what they want.
Alderman, Mr.
No,
Barber?
that I yield. Thank
You
you.
yield? Okay, Alderman Barber?
Is that a one-time correction for an entire evening? And then if it goes back up to 5 minutes later, is that another 10 minutes? I would say it should only be a one-time correction.
With constant monitoring this year, it was immediate. I would say it was 10 minutes. We had Sergeant Martinez come over before we were able to mitigate the situation. We mitigate it, bring it back down to 55 or whatever the decibel level is, and we continue to watch so we do not go over that time. There are people constantly watching the monitors.
And if it goes over, do you have another 10 minutes to bring it down, or
We
is it
can-
citation?
We continually adjust on the fly until we're at that threshold that we've agreed upon.
Mr. City Attorney?
My thought with regard to different levels that the developer agreed to is that there's different sounds in different areas. So with this uniformity, why raise sound limit somewhere where it's different? Developer agreed.
So is there a motion on the floor?
I'll make a motion
Mr. Barber?
to approve and establish sound decibel level 55 at the monitors except for the north monitor, which would be raised to 65 with a 10-minute correction period.
That's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll
See-
second that.
So you're seconding 55 on, so it's not going to be the uniformity. Okay, well, there's a first and a second on the floor. We're going to be doing a bunch of roll calls.
Mayor, may I just say something, please?
Well, we got a motion first and a second. Further discussion, Mr. Zimmerman.
This is, we just agreed on something. We re-motioned this. It is silly.
Well,
I yield.
Well, and I'm not going to yield, but this, as my alderwoman, I just have to understand, if you're 55 and you turn on any noise, you're going to be over 55. So that, I just don't understand how that makes any sense. So, I mean, if you want to go 60 or something like that, but literally check it what it is right now. Why don't you call the cops on your name? Yeah.
So hold on a second. So Alderwoman Day, you have the floor.
I will say, in my previous turns of speaking and asking questions of the applicant, I did mention about maintaining the other monitors at 55, except for the north, and it was agreed to at that point in time. So there was further discussion after the fact, but earlier this evening, that was agreed to. I do not believe that you need to raise the level at the west monitor over 55. I do not think that that is going to be an issue. And you have the 10-minute correction period. If something happens and for whatever reason it chirps up there, it's going to be chirping up at one of the other monitors too, I'm sure. It wouldn't just be a blip over there and not a blip on the north monitor. You would have the time to correct it.
Well, we have a first and a second on this, and again, could you please repeat the motion, Madam Clerk?
A motion to approve and establish sound decibel levels at a limit of 55 with the exception of the north monitor, which would be set at 65 with a 10-minute correction period.
Okay, that is the motion. It's been first and seconded. This will be a roll call, please.
Alderman Pecorelli.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
No, I don't agree with that motion.
Alderman Assad.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Barber.
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
No.
What do we got?
4-2.
4 ayes, 2 noes. Motion carries.
Mayor?
Alderwoman Eichman.
Thank you. May I ask a question? In the past, I learned as a newer alder, my first year when we had changed the date for trick or treat, that before a meeting ends, legally, there can be discussion on a motion that was made, or can that be brought upon, does the body of a council, does that have to be
Can you turn
by
Jeff?
the person that made the motion? That the motion can be changed before the end of this meeting? It's been
You're
done
on.
before.
Don't touch.
I guess my question is, can that be done by the body of the council? Does it have to be done with those that made the motion?
Why does
Hold
my
on.
microphone light turn red when it's on, but green when it's off?
That's a great question.
It's a motion to reconsider that can be made by any alder person who voted with the prevailing side.
So if you voted yes, then you're the only vote that can bring it back if you voted yes
To reconsider.
for reconsideration.
Thank you for that clarification.
All right.
Double check my Roberts. Because I got a
You're right.
You're right, Jesse.
shaking no in the Now it's shaking yes.
Oh,
so I
don't listen
won't.
to her, geez.
All right, moving on. G4, Entertainment and Special Event Summer Concert Series. The Summer Concert Series, which was approved at the Special Common Council meeting on May 30th, 2024, at a decibel level of 55, is being brought back to review the decibel level for the remaining 2 summer concerts. Is that 2 or 1?
One.
Thank you. We'll make the correction. This too was an issue where there was some clarity on the concerts and with the ambient, and I'm going to get there in a minute, Mr. Z. So,
I'm just going to take what I have with the summer concert series. We've got, I don't need a modification to it. I mean, that took a long time. I'd actually would love if you would exchange that item for Enchant so we can get that done with and get the crew out of here, because there's a festival in King County we got to get to. So if that's, I'll just take Umbrella Bar for what it is the rest of the season. We'll come back at it next year and exchange that for Enchant.
okay, hold on. Alderman Eichman? Then Alderman
No, I
Barber.
was going to ask why we get this far through the summer concert series. We've got 1 concert left. Now we're just going to change the decibel level. I mean, it just doesn't really make sense to me. It is what it is.
The only reason it makes sense is because I'm going to court now twice.
For a summer concert
yep,
series?
But whatever, I'll go a third time if we do it. I've got 1 left. It is what it is. For sake of everybody's sanity and time, I'd love to just get Enchant up here and get through that. It'd just be faster for everybody. And then we'll come back next year. What we always said, the reason why we should talk about it is because I think it's in the notes, right?
Well, I'm just surprised it came down to just having, why 1 concert left? Why didn't we review it midway through? I mean, that's a question that we should consider next year as a body of the council, not to the
Sure.
developer. Before we get into that next item, Mayor, can we take a 5-minute recess?
Well, what I'd like to do is, right now, we've got to close out this. So is there a motion to keep the limit at 55 as is right now?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
We have first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. We will be,
I'd like to move the order to have the next order be the
Thank you.
so we're going to go up and do licensing,
Globe.
and then we're going to take a break.
the Festival
We have to.
Globe,
I'm going to
Snow Globe.
step out a minute.
Snow
Fine.
Globe Festival. Okay.
Hold on, Alderman Day?
Just a point of clarification for myself, are we going to do all of licensing then?
Might as well,
'Cause
yes.
All the rest of it will be quick.
Please.
And then we don't have to go back and forth. Just makes life easier for me and my keeping track of papers.
Yes, we will, first of all, I'm going to
Am
make, at 8:57 PM, Alderwoman Eichman is vacated.
Okay.
And then we're going to take a 5-minute break after this.
I'll send you.
Okay.
I can't even walk there.
Okay, Michael? All right, Alderman Day, you've got the floor.
All right, so License Committee met this evening. All 3 of us were present. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 operators. All were approved on the first page there. The last one on the first page was a Class A combination change of agent for CVS. That was approved. Moving on to the second page, the temporary Class B beer and wine for the Franklin Public Library Foundation was approved. Then extraordinary events for the Zombie 5K, Buffalo Bill's Pumpkin Farm, and Buffalo Bill's Haunted Trail were all approved. And we are now ready for discussion on Snow Globe Holiday Festival. I can give a summary of where the License Committee left off before we came to this meeting. We discussed the event, that it is similar to Enchant that took place last year, but on a slightly smaller scale. There is a new company that is putting this on for us this year. It is not the same company that came through with Enchant. And in the discussion, we did discuss a lot of the comments that were made by the city staff, which came primarily from the health department, the fire department, and DPW. And those questions were all addressed by the applicant. And we basically left off with discussion on sound and sound level. And that is where we left it when we came to this meeting.
Okay, so I think to do this properly, why don't we have, so we've got a motion to approve everything else prior to this event?
Yes, everything was approved prior to this event.
Mr. Barber?
What are the times of the other events? It doesn't mention a time, it mentions dates, but is there a cutoff time on the?
For these events or the
Yes,
snow globe?
for these three.
Yes, they were,
Zombie,
go ahead, Jason.
the zombie 5K cutoff time is 10:30 a.m. That's from 9:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. The Buffalo Bills Pumpkin Farm and Haunted Trail, I believe the cutoff time was 10:30 in the evening. And that is only Fridays and Saturdays. So it is not something on like a Tuesday night or anything.
Yeah, and the pumpkin farm is, the haunted trail is what would be open late. The pumpkin farm is just pumpkin farm.
And the haunted trail is what?
The haunted trail is what Jason was,
10:30.
what Alderman Craig was referring to with the 10:30
The
timeline.
time.
Yes.
So we're going to now, to answer your question, Mr. Barber?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to go to the motion to approve everything but the snow globe at this point.
Correct, yes.
What? Is it, okay, so we've got the motion for that. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a question on it. Since we're setting decibel level for Hill Has Eyes, what's the decibel limit we're setting for this event? for
Well,
this haunted trail?
we're going to snow globe separately.
No, I'm not
okay.
talking about Snow Globe. I'm talking for the Buffalo Bills Haunted Trail as a license committee. Since we just discussed the DBA for
55.
the other haunted event in Franklin, what's the decibel limit that we're going to be setting for this? Fair is fair.
55.
They did not ask for an exception, so it would
It's
be
55.
the 55. Their application did not ask for an exception. Would
That
be-
was,
is
it wasn't
my- is
discussed
my-
with them either. And that this is their first extraordinary event permit. in all
Regular, come on
fairness.
up. Alderwoman, it's going to default, but
Just want to clarify that the decibel level depends on the zoning district. I don't know where this Buffalo Bills is located, but it will be the sound level established by the UDO for that zoning district. Could be 55, more or less, I don't know. But
won't be less.
yeah,
When that was not discussed in licensing with them at all.
If it's agriculture, 45.
Allow tractors. So while we're here right now, Alderman, you still have the floor.
I'm just making that a valid point, because this is just going around in circles. We're going to be back
Okay.
here again. And if we want uniformity within the city of the
Okay.
decibel level, I mean, do we just spin a wheel on what the decibel level is,
No,
depending on the
it's
event? or-
55. It's
Okay.
55, so
But that
your
was,
points.
just for clarification for on the record, that was not discussed with the applicant whatsoever.
Okay, very good, thank you.
We can add that as a council, I can add that clause as the council. We have that option before we approve it with the 55.
I think if you yield, I think that would be fair, and to avoid citations and to get us into another mess like we are here
Well,
tonight.
okay, Alderman Eichman, hold on a minute. Can you please activate city attorney's light? You're live.
Any of the license committee members or any of these other events in any way involving sound
Right.
that might be loud?
Well,
I wasn't there, yes or no?
yes, it's a haunted trail.
No, just listen to the question as posed by the city attorney.
It's a 5K 1 mile fun run walk. It's Buffalo Bills Pumpkin Farm. Buffalo Bills Haunted Trail. Where's the sound?
At the trail, the haunted trail. It's a haunted maze you walk through. I've walked through
Did
it.
they bring, is that a part of the application? Do they have concerts being played?
No, but I'm referring, city attorney, for clarification purposes. We are just discussing a decibel level for another haunted attraction. It's not a concert. Hill Has Eyes is not a concert. So for this haunted trail, just so we are all on the same page, in all fairness to the applicant, the many others that are involved, such as the clerk's office that we're taking calls, the Franklin Police Department that would be taking the complaints. I'm just stating that for clarity, I feel as a
Stern.
body, we should be on the same page with a set limit for them as well, since we just set one for Hill Has Eyes.
I'm assuming there's some sound that's being produced at the event for the Rock property.
Well, hold on. We're at the top. We're at the top. We're
I
not
know,
talking
but
about the
that's
rock.
what's being mentioned in terms of treating everything equal. That's the comparison.
It's 55 decibels. It's 55 decibels. That's what it is. If it doesn't say it specifically, it defaults back to city ordinance. It's 55 decibels. Now, we've got a motion on the floor. Okay? Did we have a second on that?
Yes.
We have a first and a second. Roll call, please. On everything but snow globe. And you return back. I didn't catch it like 9 o'clock. You're gone for like 3 minutes.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
Alderman Barber.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Peccarelli.
Aye.
6 ayes on those, motion carries. Now we'll move on to snow globe. Alderwoman Day.
So the other issue that we discussed with them, which is a slight change in their application. In their application, they had selected dates November 22nd, 2024 to December 30th, 2024. Their plan as of right now is to operate Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, those weeks between November 22nd and December 30th. However, they had asked for some grace period within that based on ticket sales. If they have more ticket sales than anticipated, they would like the ability to offer additional dates to have the event open, as well as have additional dates available for inclement weather days. So the suggestion was to leave the date range, but take the 25 operational days statement off of the application. That allows them the ability to flex up and flex down from that as needed based on weather and demand. It would also require this council in the event that, let's say, they run, because of an inclement weather day, they do a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It would be more than 4 consecutive days. So the council would need to consider whether or not to add the amendment that we discussed last year for enchant of allowing the event to occur on more than 4 consecutive days.
Further discussion? Alderman Eichman, is that your hand
Thanks.
up?
It was also discussed in licensing that the applicant, and I apologize, Alderwoman Day, if I'm repeating what you were just stating, but that the applicant wanted to extend the dates. On the application, it says that the event ends on Sunday, December 31st. However, we discussed within licensing, due to inclement weather, bitter cold, days that they might not be able to operate, the applicant may want to extend that time period and correct your application. Is that correct, to run into January?
That is correct.
If you would please state your name and business address.
Joshua James, I'm the Senior Vice President of Social House Entertainment located at 12920 Metcalf, Overland Park, Kansas, 66213.
Thank you. So did you get your answer, Alderwoman?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on this for the motion? Did you want to, Alderman?
I have one question.
Okay, so we have, hold on, we'll go Alderman Craig, then Alderman Barber.
One thing that I forgot in my copious notes here is that we still haven't gotten an economic report regarding how much impact last year had on the community. Is that something that we're just not going to get, or?
Yeah.
No, they didn't.
So,
No, they didn't.
all right, Alderman, you still have the floor?
No, that would be all I needed. Thank you.
Alderman Barber?
Are we saying that 25 dates would be the ultimate number? Or is it completely flexible where you could have the entire span and then going into January as well?
No, sir. That would basically be an extraordinary situation where, like, say we get hit with a blizzard and we can't operate for a week straight. Then what do we do to honor those tickets that were pre-purchased? We're obviously going to have to extend past that December 31st. Do we foresee that happening? Absolutely not. But it's a possibility, and we don't want to be in a situation where we didn't discuss it previously, and then we have to scramble back, to try to get it amended to be able to allow us to operate.
Have an event, but then extend it because of some weather? Is that what you're saying?
If we're shut down for a week because of who knows what.
Okay, so it'd still be within the 25 or 26 days?
No.
Not the time frame, but a maximum number of events in that period.
No, we're asking basically to remove the 25 operational days, and we're asking to make it our operational days from November 22nd to December 31st under normal situation. Now, if a weather event happens or for whatever reason we have to shut down for a week or however many days, we'd like to extend past that December 31st.
If I may to maybe
All right,
clear
hold
some.
on, are you yielding?
No,
Alderman, I can't
still-
see you
still
through
need
your.
some clarity. If you shut down for 5 days and extend it for 5 days, you're still getting the same number of days.
So if you do the math from November 22nd to December 30th, that's more than 25 days. So basically, based on our schedule, our proposed schedule, which would be operating from Thursday through Sunday, that's where you get those 25 days from. Now, based on ticket demand and based on the community wanting to enjoy the lights and the festival with their families, we're asking to drop the 25 days. So say there's a high demand this year, we'd like to add days if possible and not be bound by that 25 number.
Alderman, are you good?
Yes.
All right, Alderwoman Day?
And then the only other thing that I will bring up is that it was discussed about lights and that they're using essentially the same type of lighting plan as last year, but they're also trying to incorporate more in-house lighting, so potentially less use of generators, which is a good thing. We discussed accessibility issues. Alderman Eichmann brought up some accessibility issues that she noticed on one of her visits to it. And the applicant was amicable to looking at some of those areas that may have been a little bit harder for those in wheelchairs or those with strollers or wagons to traverse. Also discussed the basically target, I guess, for attendance each day. Their application states their target is around 4,000, but with the caveat that they can flex up because they have the space to do so to a higher number. So if there's 4,500 on one day or 5,000 on one day, it's not going to overcrowd the event because they do have the space to do it. They're just shrinking their footprint a bit from last year.
Are you yielding?
Yes.
Alderwoman Eichmann?
Thank you. I also wanted to add what was also discussed is the decibel level. So as it's an extraordinary event, and I feel it's very important as a council moving forward for clarification for the city as well as the developer or those having an event, the discussion in licensing was that they would operate at a 65 max, not to exceed.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve this? Is it clear that there's been some caveats here. If you wouldn't mind, Alderwoman Day, could you restate what a motion would be for this?
Sure. The motion would be to approve the Snow Globe Holiday Festival on select dates from November 22nd, 2024 to December 30th, 2024, operating at a decibel limit of 65 decibels.
I'll second.
Discussion, Alderman Piccarelli.
All right, so the only question I have is, the way it's stated right now, we could, technically, if you had high demand, you could go from November 22nd all the way through December 31st. But we got this little bit of open-ended situation of if we got weather, how is that incorporated in this? So we had 6 days where you were shut down. You should be adding 6 days. You're not adding 20. And I'm not saying you're going to, but how do we address that?
Alderwoman Day?
I believe last year, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe last year it was, I think we gave them a week. So maybe it was that the end date was January 7th or 8th or something like that. We built in, I believe, about a week, if memory serves. So
do we want to amend that? Do you have a date? If we amend the motion, what's the date? That's what you guys are talking about, I heard.
I think we'd be fine. January 7th.
January 5th is fine.
Now,
and then what would your takedown day be?
Yeah, set up and
if we-
takedown.
If you extend it to the 5th, what would your takedown day be?
An additional week.
So the 12th.
January 15th. So it'd be an additional week past the 15th, which would be the 20th.
All right, we got some clarification here. Mr. Zimmerman's coming back to speak on this. You have to use one of these, sir.
First off, there was no issue last year with the takedown.
Agreed.
I think we were all like, what's going to happen with this? The takedown it's kind of weather dependent. So, I mean, our takedown last year was almost, I think last year's was like till the 14th. I don't know that the takedown should be an issue. It's not.
I don't either.
We have to take it down in a safe way. There's no issues with takedown.
Only because it's on the application. We just need to amend, because the application has a takedown date. So if we're amending the end date, we have to amend the takedown, just so the application is correct. Otherwise, it's going to look like you're taking down before the.
Yeah, I'm just saying if we end up going to the 5th, we're going to need at least 2 weeks to take everything
Yeah,
down.
so that would, so,
The 20th.
Let's
Okay.
go to January 20th,
Okay.
please, for simplicity.
so,
Is there an earlier setup date than November 22nd?
and are you amending your setup date, or your setup date remain what is on the application,
Setup date remains what's on the application.
which is?
Setup, you want me to add the application?
Alderwoman Eichmann.
So the setup date on here states October,
October 21st.
no, and here it states setup date October, well, is this the old extraordinary?
Okay,
This is, you know what, this is the one I'm looking at, is from Enchant, I apologize. The one that's on the top of here, for whatever reason.
Alderman, if I can go back for a second to the vendor, do you have a date for setup?
October 21st.
October 21st. So we'll use October 21st as the date on record. Okay?
Setup October 21st through November 21st.
Perfect. So we've got that. We've got January 20th, 2025 is everybody's going. Madam Clerk, you've got the floor, nice and loud.
If you're gonna go past the 4 days like you said, you have to do them longer than 4 days.
I thought we did it as a separate action, or did we include it in one motion?
I thought it was one motion.
Was it one motion last year?
It was a separate item. Last year was a separate item for the change of the municipal ordinance.
Mr. City Attorney, can someone turn his mic on? Touch it once.
It's your choice. Put it into one or separate them.
Does it make sense to put it into one? Move it along. Okay, Alderman Day, you still got the floor if you want to.
Try it again.
Let's try one last time and we're
Third
moving
time's a
this thing.
charm. Here we go. Motion to approve the Snow Globe Holiday Festival with a setup date of October 21st through November 21st, running on select dates November 22nd through January 5th, with takedown occurring by January 20th. All those dates correct?
Yes.
Okay, with the amendment that the applicant may operate for more than 4 consecutive days if weather or ticket sales warrant such activity.
My
And-
second familiar holds.
And a decibel limit?
A decibel limit of 65.
Excellent. That's a first, second by Alderman Eichmann. How about a roll call on this? Further discussion, Mr. Barber.
I thought last year's event was great. Everything I've heard about was great. You're not anticipating bringing in bands or anything that would raise the decibel levels beyond what they were last year to just put the neighbors at ease with that?
Yeah, I would just say that, I mean, besides a school band that might perform for a charity give back, you know, whether it be a junior high or high school, that we're working closely with them to perform.
Sure.
You know, we don't foresee any bands performing like
Or
outside of
amplified
that.
bands to the point. where
Correct.
it's- Okay, thank you.
First and a second, roll call, please.
Alderman Peccarelli.
Aye.
Alderman Eichmann.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Barber.
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
No.
5 ayes, 1 no, motion carries. We're now going to take a 5-minute recess.
For clarification, I want to ask a question to the city attorney.
Alderman Eichmann.
How does that work in licensing, who's the recommended body, I understand, to council, when we're all in favor of a vote, how is that, just for clarification, so we're all on the same page, myself as well as the developer, how is that legally done when one votes a certain way in licensing and then into council that changes? That's okay to do, is that correct, because it's two separate bodies, or?
Yes,
Because it's done all the time, so I was just wondering.
Mr. City Attorney, then we're going to go to break.
yes, they are separate votes. A license committee member is not bound by that member's vote at a license committee to vote the same. And in any event, it appears that whatever recommendation motion may have been before the license committee has substantially changed in details with regard to the motion before the common council.
Thank you for that clarification.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Going off. If someone can turn us off of here.
We go through every.
Recording stopped.
Center LLC, applicant for a special exception to certain natural resource provisions of the City of Franklin Unified Development Ordinance. Good evening, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. The applicant requested to table this item until further notice.
Okay, is there a motion to table?
Motion to table.
Second.
First and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Tabled. G6. Bless you, a resolution authorizing the Department of Public Works to amend reforestation and wetland restoration agreement with Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewage District for municipal tree planting. Council action requested, request common council approval. What do you have? Is this one of those? Let's see, a motion to approve resolution number 2024, resolution to approve a first amendment to the agreement between the Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewage District and the City of Franklin municipal tree planting.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. G7, motion to approve the Director of Health and Human Services to execute the M3 Consulting LLC Volition Franklin contract.
So move.
Second.
First and a second, Madam Director. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Yes, you've got the floor, please.
Nope, just one more. I'll stick around.
Okay?
Thank you.
Would you, okay, please get a snack. G8, motion to approve the Director of Health and Human Services to accept the updated 2024 Division of Public Health Consolidated Contract.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a first and a second over here. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. You are leaving with a snack.
I got one.
Okay. Long awaited, G9, presentation of the mayor's 2025 recommended budget. Before we start, I'd like to both thank, a huge thanks to Kelly Hirsch and Danielle Brown. They worked tirelessly, to get all these things together under one roof. We met numerous times to fine tweak. I don't know if Dennis Kichi's here. I know you're going to be catching this with the Finance Committee coming up. So we are now going into, I'm going to turn the floor over to you two for now. And if you want to roll through this the way we discussed and
Lower right, you can click to, in the lower right, right next to the Zoom, go to the left. And that, nope, that one right there.
you gotta be a true IT person, you walk through and say, move, and then move aside, they start pressing all the buttons.
All right.
I forgot I was supposed to do this tonight. No, I'm joking, but it
It's your
was
birthday.
Just hide
Oh,
the birthday cake.
it was a very long, a very long time to get here, but I just wanted to thank all of you and thank you for the opportunity to present the mayor's 2025 recommended budget. it's a comprehensive look at the budget for 2025, and obviously we are excited to hear about your comments and direction that you and the Finance Committee will give to us. So, is there a
Before you
way to
start,
move this?
I know we touched on this, do we want to wait till the end, or do you want people to chime in as they go on? Because there's going to be a lot of questions that you may have that we're going to be able to
Let's
touch
just
on
keep them
as
to
this
the end.
goes. What's that?
And
Yeah, if you don't mind holding off on questions till the end, because there's a lot of information, and there's some things that we don't have, which is going to be discussed, so it gives us an opportunity.
is there a way to move this bar or no?
John Picarelli, what's your thoughts?
Usually if you just move down off the top, it'll disappear.
Okay.
There.
All right. Thank you. So some key highlights of this budget is that we wanted to basically emphasize that the city is committed to maintaining the high level of service that we have provided and also to retain our employees. We are trying to balance that with being fiscally responsible despite ongoing and known challenges, which are state level restraints such as levy limits, reduced revenues, and obviously the pressures of the market. Our CPI has increased by 7 to 8% over the last 5 years, while the city has maintained a flat budget during that time. So just something to keep in mind. So just some of the major budget categories. Obviously, personnel is at the top. It shouldn't be surprising. It's pretty much the largest operating expense for most organizations. Then you've got debt service, capital improvements, and technology upgrades. Just gonna go to that, sorry. So for guiding assumptions, we tried to stay consistent with past years. And part of that consistency is sticking to the capital improvement plan that offers a 5-year look ahead for the community. We feel that that has really helped us to position our resources responsibly. The city's infrastructure and the balance between public improvements and financial responsibility are at the forefront of what is driving our budget. And then ultimately want to note that we have had a focus of careful prioritization and the long-term importance of planning to avoid unplanned capital expenditures. So budget strategies, very similar to prior years. The capital improvement plan is one of those that we're, again, obviously we think it offers a great benefit to the city. We are identifying and prioritizing the many capital needs that we have. We are trying to put at the forefront of what we're doing timely repairs and replacement of our aging infrastructure. One of the things that we have found as an assistance to the city to do this is our agreement with Johnson Controls, and also looking to our agreement with Enterprise Fleet, which allows us the ability to have a little bit more flexibility with the overall expenditure, and also have a better maintenance plan that could result in getting money when we sell off the vehicles. I'm sorry. So some of the other things that we were looking at is fee schedule updates throughout the organization, making sure that we are bringing in the revenue that we need to support the services that we provide. I'm sorry. One of the things I wanted to emphasize is that this year, like last year and other years, we had a Moody's rating of AA2, and it basically reflects that we have healthy reserves and responsible debt management. The city's statutory debt capacity remains at 1.08%. With the self-imposed limit of 40%, we are at 22.03%. We've also created ongoing partnerships with contracted services to make sure that we are addressing immediate needs in future projects. One of those services that we have recently engaged in is a city engineer in the interim with Grafe USA, and it's just an example of keeping things moving forward and looking ahead.
All right, now I want to speak a little bit about our debt management. So as you guys know, back in July, we obtained a GO bond for the TID9 infrastructure, and in doing that, that did warrant us to go with Moody's again to do a financial analysis, and they rated us at a AA2 for our credit rating. Over the years, and now again with TID9, we have increased development agreements. In that case, that has brought on additional debt for that infrastructure. It's caused us to raise our debt obligations. Our current debt is at 67.3 million. That's how much outstanding GO debt we have, and 62% of that is with our TIF development agreements. Our debt utilization, like Kelly had previously said, the city has a statutory requirement of being within 5% of our equalized value. Right now we're at 1.08. However, the city has a self-imposed limit of 40% of the overall 5% equalized value, and we're still within that, being at 22.03%. I did want to note that in 2024, there was a Wisconsin legislature change. They implemented Act 128, and what that did was allow general obligation promissory notes to actually have an extension of a maximum life from 10 years to 20 years. That helps the city with our annual capital projects. It limits, or it does not limit us any longer to only have a 10-year repayment period for basic capital project needs. We now have a 20-year life for those. Some major highlights, again, like Kelly had said, we want to, as a city, continue to maintain high levels of service. We had no staff reduction in the 2025 budget. Back in August, the city got its final net new construction number. That was 1.58%, which equaled a little over 97 million. Accounting that in the levy is roughly $150,000 extra added to the levy for 2025. I will state, though, that however, the city's assessors are still going through the revaluation period and anticipate final numbers to be available in November. Unfortunately, it will be after the final budget adoption. But with that, obviously, our levy could change, but the net new construction number will remain the same. General fund details compared to 2024. Last year, Act 12 was implemented, and that allowed municipalities to receive the supplemental aid that has the strict limits with public safety services. Public safety services have to maintain the same level of service as they did in the previous year in order to continue to receive that service. It also requires the city to file a report by July 1st. If that's not done, a reduction in aid will be imposed. That being said, the city received roughly $850,000 in a supplemental aid in 2024. We will receive a 2.3% increase, which is $878,000. So we got $20,000 extra in 2025. Also with Act 12, I wanted to state that personal property exemption was imposed on that as well. It relieved all personal property from the tax roll. However, municipalities were given relief and are receiving an additional aid payment ongoing for that as well. So this year for 2025, the city is going to be receiving roughly $210,000 in additional personal property tax aid. And that does also include any personal property in the TIDs. So each TID that had personal property in it, that property has now become exempt, and that TID will be receiving a small portion of aid as well. Lastly, I can just say that, again, as Kelly stated and previously, Jim, the IT director, technology infrastructure is in dire needs within the city of Franklin. So we're looking to install some very significantly overdue upgrades in technology, and that will help the technology department.
And also shore up our security needs.
Correct.
Sorry.
Oh, this way. Just hit the next. Sorry. Next one. Some more major highlights. I have two table or graphs there for you. The top right one is the 10-year levy history. At the bottom is our equalized rate. We do know that. We don't know the assessed rate yet. The total net levy adjustment, preliminary adjustment, I want to make that clear, preliminary adjustment is $722,000, and that's driven by the net new construction, the additional personal property aid that I mentioned, and then also the increased expenditures over 2025's year. This will be a slight increase on the tax burden for the property owners, but we don't have any numbers yet, as again, this is very preliminary, and we'll know more once we get the final assessed values. The 2024 city's equalized tax rate, however, is 3.94 per $1,000 of value, and that's a decrease of 43% or 43 cents from last year. Some projects that you'll see within the capital improvement plan are ARPA funding. We received roughly $3.75 million. That was received back in 2021 and 2022. Those funds are to be obligated by December 31st of 24, and they need to be spent by December 31st of 26. The city has obligated that $3.75 million to the 5 projects listed up there. So the fiber optic network project, the phone system upgrade to Ring Central, looking at expanding the water and sewer utilities within the new DPW expansion project, extending the water main to the south for the South Lovers Lane Water Tower project, and then any additional funding is to be spent on the Johnson Controls Energy Efficiency Project. We're looking to finish up the UDO rewrite, and then also look into updating the comprehensive master plan and then the CORP in the next year or two. It's important to note in the budget that you'll see that the city is looking to borrow $2 million in 2025, and that's a necessity for the Wisconsin DOT projects that the city has been obligated with. The city entered into state municipal agreements with the DOT on 7 projects. However, the 2 that are impacted for 2025 specifically are the Putes Pathway and then the project on South Lovers Lane from 60th to St. Martin.
So operational focus, we remain focused on growth and development, smart growth. So what we are focusing on and what that means is trying to ensure that our infrastructure needs are being met. Part of that is our water source, which we had a recent signing and agreement of a contract for 40 years. So that has ensured that our water is going to be, we'll have that high quality of water. We have continued to address city-wide aging infrastructures, and part of that is the JCI project, the Johnson Controls project. We are looking at we're still looking to continue to attract and maintain a high-quality workforce. Obviously, part of what we're dealing with is the known retirements that'll be coming up, and there are a handful for the upcoming years. So trying to shore up our succession planning, and that would also include focusing on more training and processes, making sure that our processes are clear and we are putting a focus on efficiency. We have been in the progress of the city's compensation program, and we're still trying to unpack that and the merit pay to get it to a point where it's a plan that we can actually adopt, and we can pay the people what the compensation lists it as. And currently that is that's been our biggest issue, is to have that funding that we need to pay for salaries. So as a result, the compensation program's been a little delayed, and the merit pay has been obviously part of that. We have tapped into the merit pay program a number of times in the last year, and are actually going to be asking to do so again tonight. And I think that, you know, as these concerns came up, and this item is going to be coming forward later on, the thought process that some of us have talked about is creating a merit program that really kind of focuses on rewarding those that go way above and beyond than just a merit pay across the board for certain markings or what have you. We remain steadfast and focused on operational efficiencies and evaluation of services, and that also includes trying to shore up programs and softwares that we can use that make what we do here more efficient. Some of the strengths and opportunities: we've got a lot of developable land. We have funding for capital items. A big source of our funding comes from the landfill siting fees, and we've got impact fees. Impact fees, they support needed improvements. However, I will say that I often find they're like a catch-22, because we have a lot of park impact fees, but we are not focusing on the maintenance that all of these new parks or park features would bring to the city. And we've not been addressing that consistently year over year for quite a while. So that also leads a strain on our employees and our resources.
Okay. So although we have our operating budget within the general fund, we have some other funds that the city maintains. The Civic Celebrations Fund and St. Martin's Fair, I know we mentioned it earlier. Unfortunately, those two funds run at a deficit on an annual basis. So it's important for the Common Council and us as a whole to determine what we would like to do with those fairs and celebrations, and how much the city is willing to contribute additionally.
Mr. Barber's leaving at 9:50 p.m.
Thank you.
How much we want to contribute.
Yes, how much we want to contribute to both of those to make those run efficiently, as well as receiving donations and other fees for those two funds. We have donations funds mostly for police, fire, parks, and the health departments. Those run themselves. The grants funds, we have fire, police, other, and health as well. The departments maintain those funds, and as the revenue is received, the departments expend the resources, or it's vice versa. They expend the resources and the grant funding comes back in after. This solid waste fund, that receives user fees through the Franklin's tax roll. On an annual basis, the Director of Finance and the Director of Administration go over what the expenditures are from Johnson, or how did I just lost it? John's Disposal, sorry. Got Johnson Controls and John's Disposal. John's Disposal is our current garbage and recycling facility, and so we take all the expenditures and determine what the annual user fee is going to be. And then the sanitary sewer fund is maintained from the finance department and the sewer department. And we receive user fees annually that help support the sewer department as well as the MMSD contract that we have.
Our internal service fund is our self-insurance fund. This is an ongoing process and will continue as we shore up our final budget for adoption. We have no substantial changes in our plans. We are obviously going to continue to work on the funding. And we did have a small change to the plan due to IRS changes. So for the deductible, for the high deductible health plans, those are required by IRS to move slightly. We've moved to a primary model, care model requirement for discounts for health insurance premiums rather than requiring biometrics in the past. And then we have had a overabundant or resounding positive responses regarding keeping nice health care, which is a really nice added benefit for our employees. This year we did add a additional option to dental, which allows for orthodontic services to our employees. However, it is a program that restricts the provider. And then also, one of the other things that I wanted to mention, well, two things, is we are currently looking at about a 2% increase in health insurance premiums. And one of the things that I'm happy that we did is we looked at our benefits from a strategic planning group, and we had a number of shareholders come in during the course of many weeks. We met with our insurance brokers and we talked about what the needs of.
Mr. Barber has returned at 9:53 p.m. Welcome back, sir.
What the needs of the employees and their desires for health benefits, dental benefits, what that looked like. And it was it was refreshing, honestly, because we thought that maybe we would be looking at changing our plan. And what it did was, over what was a course of 7 or 8 weeks, what we found out is that we have a good plan. We just need to do a little bit better job of communicating this to our employees.
It was very, very comparable to other municipalities.
Yeah.
The debt service fund, I would say for the last at least 5 years, the debt service levy has been stagnant at 1.1 million. This year we raised it to 1.24 million. That was due to some of the additional borrowing that we did in 2021 for sewer infrastructure, TID infrastructure, and capital projects. And then we did 2 borrowings in 2023, both for capital projects and then also the water tower project and DPW expansion building project. Annually, we offset some of the levy with some impact fee debt. And so we take some of those park impact fees, transportation impact fees, police and fire impact fees, and we offset the debt service levy with that. Future borrowing, we need to look at our capital improvement plan and refine what our annual or biannual debt service capacity is going to be. It's been set that every 2 years we borrow $2 million for capital projects. However, I don't think that that is going to continue to support the infrastructure that's needed. So the city will have to look at either increasing or coming up with a new plan for debt for capital projects. We are expecting in 2025 debt shortfalls within TID 6 and TID 5. So just making sure that the developers are aware. and maintaining the developer agreements that are in place. Also wanted to say that the new debt limits within Act 128 that I mentioned before, with allowing promissory notes to be extended to a 20-year life, that will actually benefit the city, because for normal capital projects that aren't for a specific purpose can now be borrowed for 20 years. So that should even out some of our debt service levy in the next few years as some of our general obligation debt falls off.
Obviously, this is just a pie chart to show kind of the breakdown of what the budget looks like, where the majority of the expenses go. It's no surprise that personnel costs lead the charge, followed by debt service and capital expenditures, operational costs, and then the other. And then this is a slide of year over year. So from 2024 to 2025, you can see that not much has changed outside of the personnel costs.
So moving forward after tonight's meeting, next Tuesday, the Finance Committee will meet. We'll introduce the mayor's recommended budget. Each department has been notified of when they are to be meeting with the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee will hear and review the capital and operating budgets for each of the departments. We will go over additional revenues that may have, come in as we get more finalized numbers over the next 4 to 6 weeks. They're going to meet on Thursday. They're going to meet on Monday, October 7th, to go over capital funds, debt service, TIDS, and internal service fund. And then on Wednesday, October 9th, is the final review. We're going to discuss the tax levy, which again will be preliminary until after the final adoption of the budget. Preliminary tax rates, and then the Finance Committee will make the recommendations based on all of the information that they've heard to maintain a balanced budget, and they will make recommendations to the council. That meeting is set for October 15th. Yes. So Tuesday, October 15th, the Common Council will hear the recommendations from the Finance Committee and vote on those. And then on the 16th, myself, I will prepare and submit the budget public hearing notice to the newspaper that has to be submitted twice by state statutes. That will be submitted on October 16th, October 23rd. If the council determines that a additional meeting needs to be held, we can have a special Common Council meeting on October 28th. Regular Common Council meeting will be the final discussion of the budget, November 6th. And then the public hearing will be held on November 12th for final adoption.
I just wanted to state before we jumped into the questions that I greatly appreciate all of the department heads and everything that they have put into the budget. We recognize that everybody is really sticking to the needs, and there's really no fat to trim on these requests. I also want to give all of my gratitude to Danielle and her team, who have just been an enormous help during this time. The budget takes countless hours and many, many, many days, and I'm sure it's probably obvious we are drained, because we have been pulling all-nighters to get this prepared for you guys. And I really greatly appreciate the support staff that I have here. I cannot say enough great things about our department heads and obviously our finance director.
Well, I can thank you as well, because you have been there just as long as I have doing it with me. So thank you.
So I think both of you and I mirror and I echo exactly the same sentiments. And just before we get into some general questions here, just to give another little regurgitation on some things, we really are digging deep into how do we not only recruit but retain our quality employees. And that was a big factor as to where do we get the money to retain the quality that we have here. in our own employees. Because as we know, it's expensive. First of all, the hiring pool for these high-level and very qualified positions is very limited. And the amount of time to hire, train, so on and so forth, we are very, very lucky to, what?
Hit a fly.
There's a little, like that. Yeah.
A gnat.
Yes.
Well, we are very, very lucky, and I'd say even blessed, that we've got the workforce that we do that comes, and many do above and beyond. I mean, they're really, with my time here as mayor and spending as much time as I do here and in meetings, we're really very, very fortunate. And a lot of municipalities, many municipalities, when we talk at the ICC meetings, are struggling in the retention of their employees, and they're losing them. They're jumping ship left and right. And I guess a big focus of mine with this budget, obviously, is try to be as flat as possible for the taxpayer, but also to make sure that our city operates flawlessly and seamlessly with the demands that the taxpayers have and they expect. And to make sure that we ensure that high level of service, we have to make sure we got a high level of employees. So I'm going to yield with this to the questions when they start here. Alderwoman Eichman to start.
Thank you. Just to start, I've got several questions, but I'll keep it limited tonight. We were here till 2 a.m. on my birthday, but we don't need a repeat of that for Kelly's. Are you able to please provide a printed copy of that PowerPoint presentation to each of us alders and put it in our mailboxes?
Yep, absolutely.
That would be resourceful. Just one thing that kind of caught my ear is when it was stated, merit pay for those employees who go above and beyond. Wouldn't that be a decision that would be made of the body of the council?
Yeah, well, it's, all of that still has to be determined. Yeah, so, some of the ideas that we were shooting around was maybe a bonus for people that go above and beyond, or a review committee. I think, when we're looking to, jumping ahead tonight, and this is kind of where that idea came up with, there are a good amount of seriously dedicated staff here that invest hours beyond, imaginable hours. And they do it with the desire to serve this community. But I think it's fair to look at being compensated for going above and beyond, spending 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, doing another job in addition to your own. So I think that it makes sense to develop a plan for that, and then hopefully implement it and have a review committee.
That was set to be in place, I believe, years ago, a merit pay policy, but nothing has been set in stone. So we've just continued to contribute funds to a program that's not implemented yet.
Correct.
Okay, and I have a few more questions going off of that. Will that, one real quick that I just thought of, will that come in front of the personnel committee, which I now sit on?
I'm sorry?
Will that come in front of the personnel committee at all?
I don't know if the merit pay program will. I don't know.
Will the prerequisites be shared with employees of what is considered going above and beyond?
Yeah,
and who makes that determination? Because I may look at an employee and say, wow, so-and-so really went above and beyond doing their job. I think they did an excellent job, but somebody else may have a different interpretation. Or I'm just trying to understand, for all fairness of our employees, to retain the employment that we have here at the City of Franklin. I mean, who sets those prerequisites? How are they determined? Somebody may be able to put in 12, 14-hour days because they may not have little children at home. Somebody else may have little children at home and they simply can't because of where they're at in life with their family. Or somebody may be taking care of an aging parent, or somebody may put in dedicated, hard 8 hours a day here. Doesn't mean that they don't want to do more, but they simply can't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's all fair. I think, again, it's very important to note that the policy has not been developed, and those are all pieces that would have to be considered.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You still have the floor.
I said thank you. That would mean I yield, Mayor.
Well, you did say you had many points, so, and thank you, so you're okay? All right. Thank you.
I gotta give it back to him, and he gives it to me. Why not?
Alderwoman Day,
Take
then
every
Alderman
chance I
Barber.
can get.
You no longer have the floor.
Just one quick question, and I know that you can't really give a definitive answer on this, and I'm not asking you for you to pigeonhole you into something, but with the delay in the property tax assessments, when we were coming up with this budget, were we running under the assumption that it's going to be pretty close to the same as last year, a little bit above, a little bit below, and kind of where are we with wiggle room for it to come in where we might have, say it's like astronomically one way or the other, and we really have to like reconfigure some things? I mean, do we have kind of a contingency plan of just in case this doesn't come in within the window that you were thinking, how quickly can we course correct, or what would we need to do?
So anytime after the budget's adopted, we can do a budget amendment. However, when I was putting this budget together, in order to balance it, I determined what the levy projection would be based on the final equalized values number that we have. Our assessment ratio has really been between 97% and 100%. So it's fair to say that annually our equalized value and our assessed value are fairly similar. So I went off of what the equalized value was and determined a levy based on that. So I would predict that our assessed value it's going to be more than that. But if it happens to be a little bit under, again, we do have some wiggle room in what the levy could be.
And then for the record, I'm not holding you to that statement.
Yeah, no, that's,
Today in
Yep.
time, this is
Fair.
what you came up with. I don't want someone to go back to this, 2 months from now when these numbers come in and be like, well, Danielle said no.
and that's typically what we do at this point anyways, because we do have that equalized value number already.
Yeah.
The assessed value, we don't always have that by the mayor's recommended budget. So we typically base it on preliminary. I mean, even last year, our levy changed at the adoption because of some of the delay. So
For sure. And this is just for my edification as I'm going
Yep.
through making my comments. Thank you.
Mr. Barber.
Just to piggyback on Alderman Eichmann's comment, in the past, the merit pay plan has been something suggested from personnel. It has been worked on, so I think we would like to retain oversight and at least acknowledge just what it is and be a sounding board for that in the future. So I think it is something that personnel should have still some consideration and some input.
I'm happy to give it to personnel.
I was under the impression that once a merit pay program was at the point of bringing it forward, it would go to personnel and then common council.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, obviously, that's always going to be the step, but I am more than happy to have some constructive meetings where we're talking about what goes into that policy. I think that would be very beneficial. As Alderwoman Eichmann said, people have different viewpoints and information to share that can really shape the whole policy.
Thank you. Anybody else at this point? Okay, because we do have a lot of moving parts to this. There are some pretty aggressive timelines. There are things that we do not have control of. But as information comes forward, as things come available, they'll be changed and updated and uprated, and that will be communicated. All right, anything more before?
Yeah, and those will be in open meetings. For everything from now until the adoption is all open meetings, open discussions. We're available. Well, I'm not after today for the rest of the week, but we are available to answer questions, and we welcome the collaboration.
We do.
And
So
I just-
there's a,
Sorry, and I just wanted to state that I understand that 3 aldermen are on the finance committee, but it is imperative that maybe if you're not on the finance committee to come to some of those meetings so that you can hear the departments and what their requests are. Because as we stated, what departments requested and what you're going to see in the mayor's recommended budget is not the same. So departments are going to be requesting more than what we're able to give at the moment. And so to hear their feedback and hear some of the finance committee's feedback before it comes back to this body on October 15th is important.
Yeah, absolutely.
With, of course, please keeping in mind.
Alderwoman
that-
Eichmann, you've got the floor.
With, of course, please keeping in mind that us three other alders that are not on finance are on other boards and commissions. Like I'm looking at things
Right.
right here. Monday, I have another board and commission. Wednesday, I'm in a Citizen Police Academy. So just if you don't
Right.
see
This
us,
is-
it's not that we don't
yeah.
want to be
No, of
there, but we have
course,
other
right.
obligations within the city that prevent us from being there.
Yep.
Thank you.
There is a motion here. Someone would like to make that motion?
I'll make the motion to forward the mayor's 2025 recommended budget to the finance committee for review and to submit its recommended changes to the common council at the special meeting on October 15th, 2024. Additionally, provide any necessary direction to staff regarding additional materials or information for the October 15th, 2024 special common council meeting budget discussions.
Second.
First and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you again, excellent job.
Thank you.
Excellent kickoff.
Thank you.
G10, a resolution approving a partial property tax rescission and refund to parcel number 792-9995-001. Madam Director of Finance.
This parcel was brought to me from our city assessor. As they were going through their assessments, they noticed that this parcel was taxed in 2023. However, it should have been split into 3 parcels and should have been removed from the tax roll. So we're asking to refund the taxes to this developer.
Motion to approve.
Second.
First and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. G11, a resolution authorizing external officials to execute an equipment lease/purchase agreement with Bank of America Public, should I be reading something different?
No.
Okay. With Bank of America Public Capital Corp. and an escrow and account control agreement with Bank of America Public Capital Corp. and BOKF. NA in furtherance of the Master Energy Services Agreement and the performance contract previously entered into with Johnson Controls, Inc. to implement energy efficiency, safety, security, and renewable energy measures at various city buildings and infrastructure.
So move.
We have a first
Second.
and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. G12, in ordinance to amend 158-8C as in Charles of the Municipal Code to allow for the sale of intoxicating liquor for off-premises consumption by Class B license holders.
Motion to approve.
Oh, okay, we have a first, we have a second on this?
I'll second.
Okay, we got a first and a second, further discussion, Alderwoman Day.
Just a quick question on this. I don't know if this is pertaining to a particular establishment singularly, or if this is a change that's being made on a case-by-case basis as people request it. So I guess that's my question. Is this a particular business asking for it?
No,
So,
it's,
Madam Clerk, you have the floor.
it's changing the ordinance.
Changing the
We did have
ordinance
a business
overall.
That did come to us that wanted to do a wine club and sell bottles of wine.
Okay.
And had to change the ordinance in order. But other establishments can also sell, and there's a lot of other municipalities that do that already.
So then anyone can use
Any
this
establishment in the city of
adoption.
Franklin.
Okay, that was my question. If this was for, being done going forward for everyone, or if it was a one-time
It's
exception.
changing the
Okay,
ordinance.
thank you.
So we've got a first and, Mr. Barber.
How many establishments would fall under this at this point?
Well,
Class
it'd
B.
be any bar or restaurant.
Yeah.
Any bar or restaurant in the city of Franklin.
You don't have a rough number as to how many more sources, how many more outlets people have?
I don't know.
A lot.
Yeah, that's to
Not
her
as much
point.
as West Dallas.
We do not have anywhere near the amount of other municipalities, and this is, I believe, a reasonable thing to do, and we've got a first, and is there any further discussion?
Yes. Please.
Got the
If
floor.
I have the floor, okay.
You got the floor.
This is, for clarification purposes, as it says in here, it's just to sell wine by the bottle for off-premises consumption.
No, if you look at the ordinance. That's what the one establishment came to us and asked. That's why I put that in.
So this is for any alcohol
Yeah, if you look at
sales?
the actual ordinance, on the bottom part, that's changing the ordinance, and then if you turn the next page, the ordinance is there. That's, I just put that in there because
It's confusing.
that's what brought it
to me.
forward.
So for clarification reasons, we're going back to like 1980, where a bar in Franklin used to sell a 6-pack out of a cooler. Is that what this is for?
Yep.
I was thinking it more when I saw the municipality. I'm going to use City of Greenfield as an example since it's listed in here. Back in my college days, I waitressed at the Olive Garden. We often sold bottles of wine to our
Same way.
customers.
Same way.
Right, but this is all alcohol. This isn't just wine.
Right.
So
Like a Mexican restaurant, you could,
you can sell bottled tequila. I can walk out
no,
of.
not bottled tequila, it would have to be like a margarita to go.
A margarita to go?
Yeah.
I rescind my second.
Other
There's
jurisdictions
a lot of
have
places
this.
that do
This
it.
isn't us.
That's fine. I don't want to keep my second.
Oh, well, good. We can all start from the beginning. Mr. City Attorney.
It's per a newly adopted statute.
That's fine. I still don't want to have my
Well, that's
second.
okay. You can vote when it's your time.
But that's the answer to your why back in 1980, et cetera.
Well,
So you don't have the floor, so we had Alderman
So
Day,
you
then
need the
Alderman
first.
Barber.
I don't want
We're gonna start all over.
it. Sorry.
This became popular, I think, during COVID.
Yes.
As a way for certain businesses to be able to still sell things. Not saying that I was in agreement with it then. I don't know that I'm in agreement with it now, but I understand the premise of the idea and the premise behind the request to change the ordinance.
Mr. Barber.
This is just a consideration because I serve on volition as well. How this is going to expand the number of places where we have to monitor for selling to minors and the problems that that might create in terms of monitoring and keeping that control in place. And to me, that's somewhat real.
Well, it's real, and I'm going to respond to that. However, realistic is what's around us in other municipalities. And if somebody wants to have a wine club and have bottled wine, which is what kind of spawned this and got the conversation going, and now we're going like spiders all over the place with where this is going to and the doom and gloom and what could possibly happen and everything else, I think we need to be cognizant of the businesses that run a strong business, and we have to trust but verify that they know how to run their business. Not everybody is running to do this. This is still part of an ordinance change, but what we have to do is be realistic with what we have to offer. And this is how we do it through, I see your hand. Okay, I know you're next.
That's why it's not still.
I see your hand. I know you're next. So I think that we need to look at this realistically and not, I understand volition. I understand anything, but other jurisdictions have this around us. Somehow they manage. Armageddon has not happened, and I don't think it's going to happen in our fine city. So with that, I'll yield to Alderwoman Eichman, then Alderman Craig.
Okay, thank you. So we went from selling wine, like for example, for a new supper club that's coming into Franklin, if someone wants to buy a good quality bottle of wine, to now you can walk out the door with a margarita. I think that there's a misconception, Mayor, that maybe some of us aren't getting. I think you understand it better than us. Maybe it can be explained differently. I mean, how does that fall into open intoxicants in a vehicle? I mean, it opens up a whole broad loom of.
No, it doesn't.
That's what I think we're not understanding
When
something.
you're good and you just say yield or
Yes.
thank
Can you
then
explain it in a way that we can understand it?
Do you yield right now?
Maybe.
Think about it.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney?
It has to be sealed to be carried out.
Yeah, it says right in the
Literally,
ordinance.
I guess I question the difference between getting something from a grocery store.
There is no difference.
Right, thank you.
None.
Thank you.
It says in the ordinance, if you look at it, it says, provided the containers have a tamper evidence seal and the original package or container to be consumed off premises. There's a lot
All
of.
right here, people.
Right, and then it says wine may be sold right after that. Wine.
It's all right there. It's on page 117.
Right, it keeps
That's
saying
the
wine.
That's the statute that you're looking at. Okay? The ordinance is below it where it says Franklin Municipal Code 158-8C. That's what we're changing in the municipal code. There's a lot of municipalities. Oak Creek has this, Greenfield, the town of Raymond.
I don't really care to other municipalities.
Well, I'm
Well,
just
you
saying.
need to care
it's just-
because it's the parallel.
And-
So please.
I still think we're missing something that
I
we're
don't-
not understanding.
I think,
Municipalities were able to do this during COVID.
It's not COVID anymore.
Right, but a lot of municipalities then enacted. We called the Department of Revenue, our person, because this a restaurant in the city of Franklin wanted to do a wine club and wanted to be able to sell bottles of wine, take them, sell them on the premises, okay? And our person said that what you need to do then is what the other municipalities have done in the past is enact an ordinance that away from the premises.
Sealed.
Instead of buying it at a grocery or a liquor store, you're getting it
Right.
from a restaurant.
Right.
But it's
Sealed.
still sealed
Right.
and you're not drinking and driving. It's not, we're not allowing any of that. It's just a different sale place.
yeah, and let me just say, I think when Shirley said, maybe this is where you're confused, is when Shirley said you walk out with a margarita. I don't think you meant
Yeah.
right in the glass. I think you meant if the Mexican restaurant was selling a
Like a
gallon of a margarita in a glass
Sealed.
sealed, that yes, that's,
But
it's
Has
not
to
I'm
be-
going to walk out with my White Claw and go drive my car.
By us, I can go take out, I can order my food, a margarita, and it's got a sealed top on it, and I can take it home.
All right, thank you. Alderman Craig. Alderman Craig.
I think some of the trepidation here, I think, has to also be kind of tempered with the idea that, yes, establishments would be selling, but, and to Alderman Barber's point of they're going to have to check IDs and stuff like that, they would already be doing that because they'd be selling either individual glasses to customers, or in this case, if someone just really wants to like get lit at home, they would buy the sealed bottle and take it with them, where that would be, they would still be, are you 21? You look a little past 21, more like 24, but we'll give you a pass as far as that goes. So I think that, and the other side of it of, well, the why, or like, how would this now be so much more better for the community? I think a component that is being missed is the fact that it's on the establishment to determine if they're going to be part of that, if that's part of, they're going to be their new business model. And the Milwaukee Burger Company, they may not want to have the stock on hand to sell to customers that would be taking it with them. If they would rather have that focus only for their in-house customers, this is not saying that they have an obligation to sell bulk products to customers to take off premises. It is giving them the flexibility to do so if that's what they choose to do. And I think that's where I think there's a little bit of a loss here as far as the, from one point to another of, are we mandating every
No.
every George Webb has to like have 6-packs in the window? No. But if a Italian restaurant wants to sell bottles of Chianti, they have that opportunity to do so if that's what they feel their customer base would be receptive to.
Okay.
And I think,
Greendale doesn't do
Make
it.
sure you speak up.
I think most of the restaurants too understand, that they're gonna do this by the law because they could lose their liquor license.
Right, valid point. Okay, I understand. I was still
Most
resitting
of
my
the
vote,
businesses-
my
It's
It's
motion.
okay, we heard you. We got that,
I
Alderwoman.
think
All right,
everybody-
Shirley, we have Mr. Piccarelli, and we're going to city attorney.
Yeah, so I think my only question has to do with the way the verbiage is right now. When it gets to the part where it says, consumed by the glass on licensed premises, or may sell individual glasses or cups of mixed drinks, comma, original unopened package, comma, container or bottle of wine. That original unopened package, container or bottle of wine in to-go containers for off-site consumption provided by containers have a tamper evidence seal. it reads that the tamper evidence seal is related to the bottle of wine and that the individual glasses or cups of mixed drinks isn't part of that. And I think, to me, that's where the confusion is. I think, I just want to clarify that however we have this, and I understand the intent is to have that sealed, right, when you're
Yes.
selling it. So I just have, I'll say, a little
See what
confusion
you're
on how the
saying.
language, how it's written right now.
I see it.
Mr. City Attorney, for clarification, bring it home.
I had that same thought. City clerk drafted this, plagiarizing the statute, correct?
We say cut and paste.
Wow.
Yeah. The
You put the
drug and
copyright.
Don't
alcohol,
tell the truth.
Ashley,
You just
who
use the
dealt with-
statutory words.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's your answer.
Yeah. And our drug and alcohol enforcement lady that we dealt with, she's the one that sent me the verbiage to put in the ordinance, and she sent me Greenfields, and she sent me Oak Creeks as well.
Yeah, Greendale doesn't have it.
No, but
Yeah,
I see
oh,
what
yeah.
you're saying.
Good idea.
It looks
I
like
could-
I could just walk out with a glass.
Right,
Cookies
correct.
and
Right, and how do,
spray.
and who,
Hold on.
who determines the temper seal? Like, can it be aluminum foil with a rubber band on it? How do you know it's coming straight from the liquor distributor? And then if the Franklin Police pulls somebody over for, say, just speeding, and then
I
they
think
say,
it's-
oh, I see in your cup holder there, you have a cocktail. Is that a tampered seal? Did it come from the restaurant? I mean, who determines all of
I think it says original unopened package. So if I
Yes.
walk
Should
out
you-
with a 6-pack, my beer isn't going to have a tamper seal, but it's
No.
going to be unopened.
To answer your
But it
question,
should say
Alderman,
with original unpacked.
I don't, we can go for it.
Something
I
like
don't
that.
support it, so it
Tamper
doesn't matter what
evidence
else I have to say on it.
I know you don't support it. Crystal clear you don't support it. City Attorney.
One thing for consideration. Numbers of commercial property owners or persons providing services on those properties, paying taxes in the city of Franklin may have a need to compete with similar commercial businesses around the metropolitan area.
So is there something, Mr. City Attorney, that you could tweak in this that would make sense for, if you went to, what do we have, at least two Italian restaurants in Franklin that wish to sell bottles to go? They're gonna get that bottle, they're gonna put it in their car, and they're gonna drive away. They get pulled over. Any officer with more than 3 seconds on the job will see that it's still sealed. It's not gonna be an issue. Mr. City Attorney.
And
National
what's the
liquor.
question?
Well, the question is being posed over here on this side of the fence of what can we state from Mr. Piccarelli's concerns? He brought out a great concern. How could we clarify that?
That's what,
Quick tamper,
for,
tamper.
yeah, it really comes down to on that individual glasses or
Mixed.
cups of mixed drinks, we gotta add something to that to make sure that it follows that tamper. Because the way it's got the commas and everything in here, it doesn't follow that.
How about this?
Like,
Sorry.
Go.
oh, you,
Hold on,
Technical-
Mr. City Attorney.
I'll go to the statute and I'll look at the legislative work product on it and contact Department of Revenue with regard to any ability to alter in any way. And so I would consider it a technical change. And so if you want to make the motion to approve it, it could be subject to any technical changes as mentioned at the Common Council meeting, to be made by city clerk and city attorney.
Mr. Piccarelli, you still have the floor. Does that make sense to you, or do you want to table this and bring it back with the corrections that we think we need to have?
Is there
Can do
urgency to do this? Because if there's not urgency, why don't we just
Well,
table it?
the
and bring it back?
restaurant
Oh.
has called us like 2 or 3 times, and I told them I had to go to council, and I was going to the council.
it's 2 more weeks.
So the second question I have is, can we strike that part of it, approve it now, and then bring it back to add in that piece?
Let's just table it.
Let's-
Or we just table it and bring it back with the corrections as requested by you, clarified by the city attorney, and now modified by the alderwoman in a minute.
Weeks.
Because I support the wine part of it. Like, I understand that. You buy, you go to an Italian establishment, you want to walk out with a bottle of wine. Or maybe they sell a specialty Italian wine there that you want to gift to somebody. Like, I get that wine part. It's just, as Alderman Pecorelli stated too, it's just all this other stuff. So I can't support it as is, even with that amendment. But so could we table it, have more of a clear definition, which I think in the long run will benefit this particular establishment and others by having us possibly all on the same page of understanding it and having it move forward versus it possibly not passing this evening.
Is your motion then to table till next meeting?
Yes.
Is there a second to that?
Yes.
Second by Alderman Pecorelli. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. It is tabled till next council meeting.
Thank you.
Promotion of Ryan Booth from desktop and user support administrator level 3 to server and infrastructure engineer level 8 under the revised job description. Good evening, Mr. Director of IT.
Question for the Director of Administration. I believe I don't have the Common Council action sheet with me. Last night, they actually turned around and did two motions. One for the approval of the job description, which then turned around and modified it to some additional things that we added in 2023. So the Personnel Commission approved the job description for it last night. So I think we have a motion, or did we fuse both of them together?
We've fused them.
Okay.
Motion to approve the promotion of Ryan from desktop.
So we don't have to do it in two separate
Correct.
motions. All right.
You've got the floor, sir. Questions from the council?
I'd do a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
We're gonna have we've got a motion first from Alderman Barber, second from Alderwoman Eichman. Discussion, Alderwoman Day.
I just have something that I wanted to put on the record about Ryan. When he first came on, it was during the middle of COVID, and he was absolutely instrumental for the health department when we had all of the contact tracers and all of the extra laptops and getting people booted up to the system and all of the hoopla that went along with that. He was by far instrumental in that contact tracing program happening. So I just want that, it wasn't exactly called out in here in his accomplishments, so I just wanted that added to the record that he was, during that time, he was instrumental for health department.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. We got a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. G14. You might want to stay there, sir,
Jim.
because you're going to drill with a lot of questions. A lot of questions.
Oh,
No,
yeah, possibly.
Only if they decide to.
We don't have to go into closed.
Well,
no one's saying that.
Approval of temporary assignment pay for IT Director James Metelsky. The Common Council may enter closed session pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 1985, sub 1, sub C as in Charles, considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governing body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility, and to enter open session at the same place thereafter to act on such matters, discuss therein as it deems appropriate.
I'd like to go into closed if I have a second for support.
Second.
Well, I think we're going to do a roll call because it's going to be interesting. Roll call, please.
Alderman Craig?
Aye.
Alderman Barber?
No.
Alderwoman Day?
No?
Alderman Hassan?
No.
Alderwoman Eichman?
Yeah, I made the motion.
Alderman Pecorelli?
Go with no.
Okay, so we got 4 noes, 2 ayes. We're going to stay in open session. Excellent. I'd like to start off by saying, Jim, Director, the work you do is, this is one of the tough things, because unless you see what you've done and how you've, in real time, what you've brought forth in educating me on what a cyber attack means. What does that mean? What could happen to the city of Franklin when we talked? What could happen? What are the many things that could happen? What has happened in other jurisdictions, like right now? Bad things. And
You can ask Wauwatosa.
well, sure, and I was drawing the parallel to the city of Racine when they, there was a number of ones that came in, and how important is this? And then educating me on what we haven't put in your budgets for the decade, and how deferred this has gone down, and how we are put in. I'm just going to say this as elected body, not pointing out people, but we as an elected body allow this to happen and almost put ourselves in this situation because perhaps it was downplayed in the past, or, well, we'll take care of it next year. And when next year's income, and next thing you know, we get 2 cyber attacks back to back, and it's like, wow, what do we got going on here? And then you are tirelessly doing yeoman's work, which is a position and a half technically, which maybe even 2 positions, Kelly would argue, that would come, this is daily. I mean, daily, your obligation to our city. We are very, very fortunate to have you in your position, and daily, your obligation, your commitment. Excellent, and I thank you for that as we open up the floor.
100%.
Mr. Barber.
Just with the different options that are listed here, would you have a preference? There are some tax liabilities for lump sum versus spread out over a period of time. What option best would fit you at this point? Have you given that any consideration?
I have worked in the private industry before coming into government. I'm a bit of a rarity for that, and the compensation system, since I was in the financial side of the equation of it, this is very, very common, that what you'll see in the banking industry. I worked for Tucker Anthony Sutro, which is a mid-cap stock brokerage and investment banking company for it. And in investment companies, they do not give you large salaries, particularly when you're in sales or when you're in investment banking. The salaries are actually quite minimal for it, and they want you to turn around and perform. And if you want to turn around and get your bonus at the end of the year, you actually have to turn around and prove results. And that's kind of where I have gotten my roots, I think, probably within my career more than anything else, is how do you turn around and judge merit? And you got to look at the results that the actual person brings to the table. What is the candy that you deliver at the end of the day? What is the completed project, and what was that project met all of its scopes, met all of its deliverables, came in under budget or at budget for it? These are the qualifications that you start assessing a person for, and that's what's being done in the financial industry all the time, particularly in banks. And at the end of the year, they will normally give you somewhat of a merit increase, but then they do turn around and give you a large bonus. Now, to your point, yes, when you get a bonus, it is taxed at the highest tax rate. That you're looking at anywhere from 42 to 45% goes to Uncle Sam. And you're now giving the government a short-term loan off of that bonus. I've seen that so many times in my career, it's not funny for it. So I'm used to seeing that in any form of a bonus compensation. Will always be the problem with merit increase versus turning around and giving a salary. But the point of the merit increase is you're giving the person an incentive at this point to continue to perform, continue to bring the candy to the table, the completed successful projects at the end of the day for it. And you really don't want to compensate a person only on salary for what they've done today. You want to continue to promote the premise that we're paying you for continued and constant progress and performance in every single year. And if you suddenly don't perform, like a stock brokerage company, suddenly a salesperson isn't bringing in the revenue that they don't have, he's not going to get the big bonus that he had in the previous year for it. So that's the point primarily of the bonus program.
So which option?
Right.
The bonus. He said the bonus. He said the bonus.
The bonus.
It's incentivizing.
What best needs, because this is
What
also
option?
The lump sum.
Lump sum.
for time you put in.
Right.
And it's not necessarily the bonus, it's like what you've been doing for us.
Option C?
Option C.
Option C, is that correct?
Is a lump sum.
Yep, lump sum payment.
So C is in Charles.
Because that's what I think gets the most results from what I've seen. Because I'd like to say that some of this will be blazing trails for others in the future. And if people see that performance can turn around and lead to this, then that will hopefully incentivize additional people to turn around and consistently go above and beyond.
Right.
All right.
You see, and that's exactly what you see in the private sector is people that are being compensated according to what they're bringing forward.
Motion would be for option C.
Okay. Option C, we got some more discussion because we have a first. Do we have a second on option C?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Further discussion, Alderwoman Day, then Alderwoman Eichman.
Thank you. Yeah, I will defer to what the Director of IT is requesting in this. The only thing I would say is that I also feel that if the budget allows, looking at this and looking at what your overall salary is in general and agreeing with everything that's in here, it is woefully under. So if there's a way that we can also increase somehow in the budget, his salary just in general, I think that is also warranted for time, energy, effort, and everything moving forward. So I'm fine with the lump sum, but I also would like us to look at that because for the position itself and then looking across at other directors of IT in other municipalities, we're well under and we don't want to lose Jim, so.
And when you look at that, at all of the IT grades, just to touch even what we're dealing with here, even though we were looking at moving Ryan to a grade level 8 on that, in the salary study, of which I am not an advocate for. I've voiced this both to the Director of Administration and the mayor in their office. I thought the work done by GovHR was shoddy, to say the least. And you have job descriptions where you're completely putting different job titles together, where suddenly you have a manager put in with a director and then somehow a project manager got thrown into this. When you look at the engineer, they're putting in system administrators in the same job categories as they are turning around and putting an engineer. They're all over the map, and I'm sorry, Fitchburg does not compare anywhere close to what we're actually seeing with the city of Franklin. Fond du Lac has a completely and totally different pay structure as well. That what they generated was basically what they were able to get and the ease of getting that information for it. I also look at the Robert Half Technology salary studies. I don't go to salary.com, which this study did. Robert Half Technology it's a very large consulting company, also a finance company and accounting firm as well. They do direct placements. So this isn't a job that a person said, this is what I'm making based upon a survey. This is what they've actually taken an employee and plugged them into that hired position for. So that's not a survey, that's what the person's actually making. And when you look at the Robert Half salary survey right now, for all of the IT job descriptions, we're 60% under market what's currently being paid by private and public companies. 60. We're 2 standard deviations away from other municipalities. But if I have to compete, just like finance has to compete in the general market for people, when you look at the police department, they're competing with other police departments. Fire department's competing with fire departments. Engineering's competing maybe for an engineering firm. But when you look at finance and IT and health, particularly health, we are not anywhere close. And Mark Liburd was very honest with me when he hired me. You're never going to make the same amount of money that you are in private firm. And when I started here, I was actually making less money than I was making at Saputo. And then the first year, the Common Council actually gave me an adjustment to turn around and make more money as a director than I was making at a manager over at Saputo. I realize that's what it is. But that's also the job market, and that's where municipalities are right now. So we can try to equalize it, but I also realize you're still going to be under market no matter what you do.
Yeah.
Right, and that's
We're not
as
going
a
to get
whole.
there, but I'd like to get you just
Yeah.
a titch higher.
Yeah, and that I just want to emphasize that is as a whole. It's not just IT. I think IT is experiencing probably the biggest pain point, but it's across the board, which is very challenging for us and very challenging with the compensation study.
So, okay, so we've got a first and a second.
I'd like to amend my motion.
Hold on. We're on the discussion part still.
Okay.
So with Alderwoman Eichmann, then we'll go back to your motion. Alderwoman Eichmann.
Okay, thank you. No doubt in my mind that Jim, of course, is worth this sub payment. Not Jim's position, but Jim himself is a key component to our city of Franklin for his dedication above and beyond to our city. My concern, just looking out, not that Jim would do this, but Jim is not a contracted employee with the city.
Like Jesse.
And anything could change. Jim could take this lump sum payment and leave, and we don't have an IT director. So that's just something to consider in the future. And that's kind of a guilt trip to Jim that you have to stay with us forever.
I mean,
But I mean, that is a reality to consider in the future. There's no obligation by taking the lump sum payment that employee has an obligation to the city and that they have to retain their employment with us. So I just wanted to that's what I wanted to say earlier.
May I?
That's true even in finance.
Right, it's
You're
true in any
absolutely
position.
right. That's
It's
true
not
anywhere.
That will, but with that lump sum payment, you got to be careful sometimes.
Lump sum.
May I just interject?
So are you yielding?
Yes,
Alderwoman?
thank you.
Madam Director?
What I wanted to say, and I think this is really necessary to say, is that this isn't about paying him for the work that he's going to do. This is about paying him for the work he's done.
Correct.
And so, you know, he's already earned this.
Yeah.
He's put the time in, and I understand what you're saying, but he is very committed, and I'm going to cry if he leaves, and I'm going to drag him back here. So yeah, he is a huge asset to
Okay.
our
So we
organization.
have that,
I
Mr.
finish.
You yielded.
I take
All right.
it back. So
Alderman,
real
you
quick,
got the
Kelly,
floor
and as
again.
I said, not that Jim's not deserving of it, but I'd rather almost use it to dangle over his head so he can't leave. That's my
Okay.
mindset. But now you. Thank
You yield now. Mr. Barber, please bring this home. You've got the
Okay.
floor back for an amended
I'd like
motion.
to
We've gotta
amend
get
my
going.
motion to include Alderwoman Day's consideration that this be reviewed for the 2025 salary of the IT director. And we'll leave it at that as a consideration. I don't have anything specific at this moment.
Okay.
But that would be my motion, is to say, I want that consideration included in my motion.
Yusuf, you're good with your second?
Yes,
You
I'm
amended
fine.
second?
Yep,
Okay,
yep.
good. First and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Now, is that a roll call?
Yeah.
Let's do a roll call. Roll call, please.
Alderman Peccarelli.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Barber.
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
6 ayes on all, motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you
and
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim.
Deserved.
Thank you. Thank you.
And what's even more fun is we get to go right into I.
Do you have a 26-hour day that you could add in there?
Okay, we're moving on to I's and item, vouchers and payrolls. We got to get out of here, people. Vouchers and payrolls.
Michelle, I'm sorry.
3 points. City vouchers with an ending date of September 12, 2024. People, please, in the amount of $2,568,042.67. Point 2. Payroll dated September 6, 2024, in the amount of $463,307.41, and payments of the various payroll deductions in the amount of $250,702.18 plus city matching payments. And final point, estimated payroll dated September 20th, 2024, in the amount of $492,000, and payments of the various payroll deductions in the amount of $519,000 plus city matching payments.
So move.
Second.
First and second, this is a roll call, please.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
Alderman Barber.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Peccarelli.
Aye.
Excellent. 6 ayes, no noes, motion carries. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
First, seconded by Peccarelli, first by Eichmann. All's in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. We're off the record slowly, Kelly, at 10:49 PM.